Hello and welcome to the Megacast by Actual Tech Media. Today's topic, Wrangling the Cloud, Avoiding Missteps and Improving Application Environments. Thank you so much for joining us on the Megacast. We've got an incredible lineup for you today. You'll hear from our experts at Rubrik, Gigamon, Sios, Nutanix, Sneak, NetApp, vFunction, Red Hat, and Duo. If you haven't been on a Megacast before, you should know that we at Actual Tech Media created the Megacast and EcoCast event series to help educate IT professionals such as yourselves about the latest and greatest in enterprise technology. To help you do it quickly and efficiently all in one place, you never have to leave your home or office. You can get all your questions answered and learn about some of the most innovative enterprise technology in the world today. And hey, why not win some valuable prizes and have some fun at the same time? Before we get started, there's just a few things that you should know about today's event. We have a mega lineup of prizes to be announced on the event today. I'll be talking about those here in just a moment, but we also want to encourage your questions. You can ask your questions there in the questions pane of your audience console. I see many of you have already said hello and good afternoon from across the United States and around the world, and we love to get those kind of greetings and that kind of feedback. But we also want your technical questions for our live Q&A sessions with each of our experts on the event today. We even have a best question prize to help further encourage those questions. I'll be talking more about that here in just a moment. I'll also have some questions for you out there in the audience in the form of polls. That's how our expert presenters know the step that you'd like to take next, what additional information you would like, and really how successful they were in educating you on their technology solution. We also want this to be a social event. You can tweet directly from your audience console, and the hashtag for today will be automatically appended. I'll be monitoring Twitter throughout the event, and we appreciate anyone out there who shares and helps spread the word about what we're doing here on the Megacast. We also have some awesome resources there in the handouts tab. We've got ebooks, solution briefs, trial links, links to free training, and more. So make sure that you check out the handouts tab for additional information. The prize lineup on the Megacast is just amazing. 5 Apple M1 MacBook Air laptops will be given out on the event today, as well as Amazon $500 gift cards after every presentation. Of course, you must be live in attendance to qualify for the prize drawings, and the winners will be announced live by me, your moderator, during the event. We also have our best question prizes for Amazon $50 gift cards for each of our Q&A sessions on the Megacast today. Prize winners will be selected and contacted after the event. And of course, all prize winners must meet the Actual Tech Media prize policy, which you can find right there in the handouts tab. All grand prize winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media. We do reach out to prize winners via email after the event, and all prize winners have the option to make a donation to our selected charities. Over the years, we've donated thousands of dollars to selected charities that you see here on the screen. If you win a prize and you'd like to help someone less fortunate, we would love to help you do that. We've done that in partnership with the Gorilla Guide Book Club. That is where you can download free, easy-to-read enterprise IT books authored by top industry experts. It's a great way to stay up to date on enterprise tech solutions. And yes, you can read these books on your Kindle or iPad or mobile device. And did I mention they're all completely free? That's right. Yep, you can find a link to the Gorilla Guide Book Club there in the handouts tab. The hashtag for today on Twitter is ATM Megacast, and if you tweet from your audience console there, the hashtag will be automatically appended. You can follow Actual Tech Media on Twitter, and me, your moderator, David M. Davis. I'll be replying, commenting, following just about anyone out there who talks about the event. You can also subscribe to all the Actual Tech Media social channels there in your audience console, YouTube, Facebook, the 10 on Tech podcast, and our LinkedIn channel, where we post all of our latest and greatest content. Another great way to win a prize is to refer an IT friend or coworker to Actual Tech Media's online events, and you both could win an Amazon $300 gift card. Those gift card drawings are held monthly, and we promise not to spam your IT friends or coworkers. We will send them an invitation to a list of upcoming events. If they don't respond, because we know that their email inboxes get busy, we'll send them one more reminder, and if they still don't respond, we won't bother them after that. You can do that right there in your handouts tab. where it says refer a friend, or at the end of the event will be automatically redirected to the refer a friend page over at actualtechmedia.com. And with that, it's now time to kick off our keynote presentation with fellow moderator, who will be joining me later in the event, Mr. Scott Becker, to talk to us about the state of the cloud and cloud native applications. Hey, Scott, it's great to have you back on. Take it away.
I'm really looking forward to this event, David. It's really a challenge to manage and optimize applications in a cloud environment. We're going to hear a lot about it today. I'm eager to hear from all these experts that have gathered for this event on different ways to wrangle the cloud. As you mentioned, we'll be hearing from Rubrik, Gigamon, Sios, Nutanix, Sync, NetApp, vFunction, Red Hat, and Duo. And these are companies that are thought leaders on avoiding these missteps and improving application environments. We're going to see a lot of themes today, and one of them crosses a lot of the presentations. It's central to some of them, it's involved in others, but it's containers. And not everything you'll hear about today is container-centric, but it is a huge theme. Like in this image, containers are everywhere and they're approaching fast. Let's look at some of the things we're going to hear about today and how a common denominator for many of them is containers. So we'll be hearing about migrating to cloud-native apps. Containers are almost always involved. We'll be looking at some second-order management topics involving Kubernetes. And Kubernetes, of course, is a way of managing containers. We're going to be hearing a lot about visibility. And that covers everything from legacy apps to client server applications to the cloud to multi-cloud onto containers and Kubernetes. We're going to be hearing about securing modern applications and containers. We're going to be hearing about managing Kubernetes across multiple clouds. Again, that's container heavy. Then, of course, there's backing up containers in modern applications, another thing we'll be hearing about. So you may be wondering where you stand in terms of your own adoption of containers compared to your peers. And to set up a lot of these conversations, it's helpful to go through a couple of data points about container market adoption. Research into this area is still new and it's relatively thin, but let's talk about some Gartner figures that can give us a little framing. So the data points that I'm showing here come from a mid-2020 Gartner report. That was the first time Gartner published a forecast for container management, just giving you a sense of how fresh this topic is. So the first point here on the left is that 75% of global organizations are expected to be running containerized applications by sometime this year in 2022. So if that strikes you as a high percentage, it really strikes me that way too. I think the key word here is global organizations. So we're really talking about, I think, multinational companies. In any event, Gartner was predicting a massive uptick to get to that number. It was up from about 30% at the time of the original report back in the middle of 2020. And that was just as the pandemic was starting up, and there was a lot of uncertainty there about how that would affect IT spending. So a lot has changed. Now, this next figure gives us some really important context, suggesting that a lot of that 75% also would involve pilot projects. So Gartner was saying that they expect up to 15% of enterprise applications will run in a containerized environment by 2024. So again, that's a huge increase. The comparable number from 2020 was less than 5%, so a 3x increase. They were saying adoption would be slowed down by application backlogs, technical debt, and budget constraints. So our presenters today can't help with budget constraints, but a lot of them are poised with best practices around the backlogs and around the technical debt. More broadly, we can see that from the data on the left and the center, interest is really high, adoption in production environments is lower. Finally, there's a financial prediction from Gartner. Specifically, they're saying 944 million in container management revenues in 2024. So, it's nearly $1 billion. That's big for a company, relatively small for a market, about double what the spending was in 2020. So fast growth. I think what all this points to is, going back to that initial slide of the container ship slide again from the left, containers are coming in a big way, but it's early days, which makes this a great time to learn about these issues and prepare for them. And that's what we're here for today. David, back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Scott. Great presentation. I really appreciate that. First question here out of a couple of polls we have before I introduce you to our first set of presenters. First question on the screen is, what are your top concerns when moving to the cloud? And this is a multi-select question. You may have, of course, more than one concern when moving to the cloud. So we want to get your feedback on this. The choices are data protection, disaster recovery, security, of course, potential cost concerns, visibility, just knowing, what's happening up there in the cloud, wherever that might be, and then a learning curve. I've heard that before from some folks, new concepts, different complexity than what we have perhaps on premises, finding the right staff, training the staff, or if there's some other concern that I didn't think of and Scott didn't think of, drop it right there in the questions pane and I will share it with everyone out there. We want to get your feedback and, improve this poll for next time as well. So thank you to everyone who responded there to the poll. Let me go ahead and share the results. And the poll results are in. 65% say security. That was the number one concern, followed by kind of a tie between data protection and cost. And thank you for everyone, or thank you for those responses. We do appreciate that. And then I'm curious about this one here, related back to Scott's keynote presentation. How is your organization using containers? And while you respond to that one, let's see, other feedback that came in about the concerns. Rita said that she was shocked that visibility was not higher on the results. Richard said the migration process, the time and money that it takes. Derek said our largest concern with moving to the cloud is potential loss of access. Internet outages are a serious concern in our area. Let's see. Jake said, synchronization and service provider disconnects and cloud provider service level agreement. Yeah, that's a big one, service level agreement. Sean said workload and risk of misconfiguration. Great feedback. Thank you, everyone, for that. Let me go ahead and share the results of this one with you. And 41% here said we don't currently have plans to use containers, but we're still learning, followed by 28% that said we have containerized applications in production. 2% said we use containers heavily, 7% pilot programs, and 20% evaluating containers. So 41% don't use containers today, but if you look at the flip side of that and you add up the other numbers there, roughly 59% do, or they have evaluations in place to use it. So thank you. And then last poll question before I bring up our first presenters, and that is, what's your time frame for taking some kind of action here to add new cloud-based solutions of some kind or update your existing cloud-related solutions? So you're on the Megacast today. You're here to learn about some of the most innovative cloud-related solutions in the world today, and what's your time frame? Back to feedback here from the audience. Matt said biggest challenge is buy-in from upper management. Great feedback. Thank you to everyone who shared your feedback there in the questions box. All right. Thank you to everyone who responded here to the time frame question as well. Obviously, a lot of you are looking to take action, very quickly, and you're in the right place. So with that, let's kick it off with our first set of expert presenters. Great to have back on Kim Lambert, Principal Product Marketing Manager, and Mike Preston, Technical Marketing Engineer, both from Rubrik. Kim and Mike, take it away.
So yes, I'm Kim Lambert. I'm on the product marketing team at Rubrik, where my focus is on how Rubrik ensures the availability of backup data in the cloud. And I'm joined today by Mike Preston from Technical Marketing, who is a developer advocate and a 20-plus year veteran in the IT space. So the short time that we have today, I'm going to walk you through some key challenges you may face with data protection in the cloud. I'll talk about how Rubrik has built a zero-trust data management platform to provide security at the point of data for business continuity, cloud acceleration, and cyber resilience. Because that's what Rubrik does. We protect your data and applications from ransomware, from operational failures with an immutable data backup and recovery platform. And then Mike here, of course, will show you a demo of the interface so you can see how some of this works. Let me start by setting the stage with what many customers we talk to are trying to address as part of their business's data backup and recovery initiatives. The first is figuring out, of course, how do they solve for data management for hybrid or multi-cloud with a solution that supports and scales with them. Secondly, they're trying to modernize and automate the way they run their digital estate. So their data management must be easy to automate and to integrate into their environment. And of course, they're tackling security risk. So data security, ransomware recovery, plus data governance, that's all top of mind for everybody these days. Any data management solution would be incomplete if it didn't provide recovery from cyber attack. But there's several challenges complicating all of this. One involves legacy data backup and recovery. So what is it about a legacy approach that makes it a poor fit for cloud workloads and expanding cloud adoption? Well, with legacy operating models, legacy technologies, that's what we mean by legacy, you may have been using for, say 20 plus years. There's a lot of complexity on the front end for deploying and configuring. So over the years, you can wind up with hundreds, if not thousands of jobs to maintain. Legacy systems can suffer from slow and inconsistent recovery. And then when you introduce cloud operating models to legacy systems, they can struggle in those hybrid and multi-cloud architectures and end up driving up costs. So there's the capital outlay to maintain and upgrade hardware. There's the cost and expertise to manage the sea of backup jobs, and then the cost of downtime and missing recovery SLA windows. Another challenge actually has to do with the shared responsibility model, if you're not familiar with this. So regardless of how it's being consumed, if it's infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, it doesn't matter if someone's handing you a whole SaaS email or collaboration tool application. In all these delivery models, there is a consensus among public cloud vendors that data protection is something you need to consider as consumers of these platforms. And the onus of data protection lies on you, the customer. So this can become especially tricky if you're hybrid, if you're multi-cloud, or if you're operating at an enormous scale. But fortunately, with Rubrik, we help customers solve for cloud scale while making sure their data is protected. So our platform can tie in no matter where you are in building out your cloud presence. So whether you're 90% on-prem and you're trying to get to the cloud in the next 12 months, or you're born in the cloud and building all your apps in Google, and you want to know how to apply security and governance to that framework. Our software is designed to run anywhere. So you may be familiar with Rubrik already, but since 2014, we've set out to modernize legacy backup, so consolidating and simplifying data management with a secure backup and recovery solution that's, number one, built to support all enterprise applications, like you can see here. Number two, built with cloud in mind. So we support all the major cloud players out there that you may be using, as well as Microsoft 365 from a pure SaaS perspective. And then our platform is built with an API-first approach, so I'll talk to you more about that. The file system we've built that underpins the platform is natively immutable, and we combine that file system with a zero-trust design. So operations can only be performed through authenticated APIs. Once data is written at a code level, it can't be read, it can't be modified, it can't be deleted. And that's really good to give you a baseline defense against ransomware. And of course, hey, the whole reason people invest in technologies like ours is to be able to quickly recover and restore operations in the event of a cyber attack, so keeping data available and their business running. And for that, we deliver some additional value too. So keep that in mind beyond backup with insights, use cases like cyber resiliency, data governance, by the way we index and manage and analyze the metadata of those backups. So looking at change rates to see, did a ransomware attack occur? The ability to roll back and then forensically identify how widespread that attack was. Also, data classification, sensitive data discovery tools that, again, look at backup metadata and can tell you where things like PII or HEPA data lives within your estate. So, I noted that everything at Rubrik begins with an API. That's just powerful because it's simple to automate with third-party tools. You can manage Rubrik through the API, through code, just as simply as you can through the point-and-click interface. And a lot of organizations we work with have an automation strategy, and they like that Rubrik can tie in simply to these tools shown here. Terraform's a big one. We have a dedicated Terraform provider that can provision things up and down as cloud workloads are built and ripped down. Now, for the cloud, all right, let's get to this. There's 3 key capabilities you get with Rubrik that I'll cover. The first one is the ability to archive to lower cost long-term cloud storage. Secondly, the ability to launch existing applications in the cloud, so accelerating the move from on-prem with instantiation of VMs and applications. And then finally on the right, helping customers protect their new cloud-native applications across clouds. So let's take a look at each of these. All right, cloud archival. So what we see a lot of customers do is they have Rubrik backing all their data up, and then they'll take an archive of that data backup and send it to public cloud, so maybe an AWS S3 bucket. The technology does incremental forever in the archive, so it's efficient with how we're placing the data in the cloud bucket, and we can do other things like cost tier within these cloud buckets where we can optimize cost per gig. We can also automate that life cycle of how the data tiers, when it tiers based on policies, storage class. This is all controlled within an SLA domain, as Mike will get into, to dictate when and where you want the data archived. Because again, all the metadata is indexed, it's searchable. And if you need to go pull data out of the archive, you can retrieve single files without pulling the whole VM back. So it's highly cost effective in how we're able to search data. We also, of course, encrypt and provide immutable copies to safeguard against ransomware. And then at the bottom here, it's an agnostic approach because we can tier data to cloud for long-term retention to any cloud provider as well as on-premises. Okay, so next up, cloud instantiation, that middle piece. So we call this cloud on. If we continue down the example I just gave, you've archived data to an S3 bucket. What cloud on allows you to do is take that data living in the archive and instantiate it to run in an EC2 instance. So the magic happens when our software handles the conversion from, say, a VMDK to an Amazon machine image in AWS, right? And it lowers the recovery point objective significantly for workloads you're converting. So say you have an app that's mission critical, it goes down in your data center, and you want to now launch that app in the cloud, you can actually do that with Rubrik in a couple of minutes. Another big use case here on the right, test dev. So maybe I want to take VMs that live in my data center and use Rubrik as the mechanism to migrate them to cloud and then spin up there so I can run testing. Once your data is safe, secure in the cloud, Rubrik can even act as a component of your disaster recovery, your DR to the cloud strategy. So using data in the archive, what Cloud On does is allow you to lift and shift virtual machines into AWS, into Azure. And you can do migration in bulk. So we've had customers that migrate thousands of VMs within a 24 to 48 hour span. The last piece is cloud native. So this is a SaaS-based snapshotting tool, and this software is used to protect workloads that are infrastructure as a service or platform as a service in the cloud. And after they've lifted and shifted or they've built things cloud native, our customers want to make sure they can provide that same level of governance and security to things in the cloud. The beauty of this is it's SaaS, right? So from a configuration perspective, there's no running resources like compute nodes in your cloud account. All we're doing is connecting via API from our console, which is just an aggregation of metadata. It's a control plane, and we connect from that control plane via API to your cloud account, and then off you go. From a protection standpoint, we have the ability to create a policy that spans hundreds of thousands of resources in the cloud by simply telling what kind of recovery point objective, what kind of recovery time objective you want. And from a recovery standpoint, we have near zero recovery time objectives. So you can recover things across region and account in the cloud. Everything is searchable. From a security perspective too, the snapshots we take, they're immutable, they can't be altered or encrypted, and those snapshots remain inside your cloud account until you decide not to. From a usability standpoint, we have a point-and-click multi-cloud dashboard experience that the operator can utilize for visibility in a way that native tooling from a cloud provider can't do. So, if you're looking at things that, like AWS backup, Azure backup, they can't do that across different clouds. But for the cloud builders or DevOps folks, we have the ability to deploy this as code with a dedicated Terraform provider. So you can auto-provision Rubrik up and down as you're launching cloud templates across resources in AWS and Azure. So, okay, we talked about the ability to archive to the cloud, that's cloud out. We talked about instantiation, launching on cloud. And then we talked about the last piece, which is how to protect the data that's living in IaaS or PaaS in the cloud. And so we believe we have one of the most elegant solutions out there from a cloud perspective. We got a single command center, regardless of where your data lives or where it's going. I'll wrap things up on my end by saying we'd love to hear from you. sales@rubrik.com, reach out. And we have a multitude of resources you can reference in the meantime, including Rubrik technical resources that are actually dedicated to each of the public cloud providers. Okay, so let's go ahead and get to Mike's demo, the fun part.
All right, thanks, Kim. Now that you've done all the legwork with the slides, I get to jump in and do the fun part, and that's showing off some of our awesome cloud capabilities. So how I'm going to approach this demo is I actually want to walk through the journey that we see our customers take. We'll start out with utilizing Rubrik's cloud out functionality. That's our ability to archive those older backups to the cloud. And for a lot of our customers, cloud out is really their first experience with cloud. From there, I'll show how we configure something called Cloud On. This is our ability to take those archive backups and actually convert them into cloud native instances such as EC2 or Azure VMs. And then finally, I'll walk through our protection capabilities available once your organization is fully invested in the cloud and show how Rubrik Polaris can provide cloud native protection. All right, so to start, let's take a look at Cloud Out. So configuring and setting up archiving within Rubrik is really simple. First, we need to create a bucket within AWS. Then we simply provide Rubrik with that bucket information. And then finally, we set up an archive policy inside an SLA domain. So as far as creating the bucket, you can most certainly follow the instructions in our user manual. This provides you with all the policies and permissions that need to be applied to the bucket in order for Rubrik to gain access. That said, if you're an automation junkie like myself, you can definitely use tools such as Terraform, Ansible, or AWS CloudFormation to do all the work for you. In fact, let me show you Rubrik Build here. This is our open source community, and as you can see, we've already done a lot of the legwork for you here. You can easily download these instructions and the code to configure the bucket within the cloud, and in some cases, it'll configure Rubrik as well with the code available directly from this site. So in order to point Rubrik towards the bucket, let me first jump back into Rubrik, and we simply click the gear icon, and then we'll head to archival locations. Here you can see we have a few already set up. We have one in Azure, one in AWS, and one in GCP. Now, if we wanted to add a new archival location, we simply click on the plus sign here, and then we just need to fill in all the required information, such as the archival type, the bucket name, its associated region, access keys, and all the things like that. And if we scroll down here, we can see we can also easily enable encryption within the bucket using either a generated RSA key or a service such as AWS KMS. I'm just going to cancel out of here because we already have some set up. So now with Rubrik knowing about that archival location, we just need to assign it to an SLA domain. So I'll head to SLA domains, then local domains here, and let's go through the process of creating a new SLA domain. Again, I'll click that plus sign to add a new SLA, and let's pump in some RPO and retention here. Say, take a backup every 4 hours. Let's keep that for a day. Then we'll take a daily and we'll keep it for 30 days. I'll click Next, and now we can configure our archival settings. Now, this is as easy as simply toggling it on here with the switch and then using our slider to specify how many days we want to keep local before archiving that data off. We then just simply select our archival location, so let's say AWS in this case, and then if we wanted to, we can also select which tier or storage class to store our archive backups on. So if we were looking for a very long-term retention strategy to meet compliance regulations or something like that, we could, for instance, archive directly to Glacier or Glacier Deep Archive. And that's really it for enabling Cloud Out. Any VMs or objects that we now assign to this SLA will automatically inherit those archiving policies and begin pushing data up to the cloud. So now let's move into Cloud On. For Cloud On to work, Rubrik needs to be able to spin up temporary compute instances within the customer's cloud environment in order to perform these conversion processes from, taking a VMware VM and converting that to, let's say, an EC2 instance. So if we head back to our archival locations, let me show you how this is done. First, I'll select one to edit here, and then we'll scroll down to Advanced Settings. So here we can see under the compute settings that we just need to input some basic information for our temporary cloud compute to take place. Basically just the VPC in which it should run, the subnet, as well as a security group containing the proper rules to allow communication. And again, if we take a look at Rubrik Build here, there's a number of projects available to help create and maintain all of the cloud infrastructure for us to support Rubrik Cloud On using all those popular automation tool sets that we talked about earlier. So once configured, we'll have the option on our backups now to perform what's called a launch on cloud, which basically takes the archived VMDK, converts it to an Amazon AMI, and then basically launches a live EC2 instance of the point-in-time copy from it. So that's Cloud Out and Cloud On. Our final piece of cloud functionality that I want to show you is cloud native protection. So for this, we utilize Rubrik Polaris. This is our SaaS offering. First, let me head to inventory here in Rubrik Polaris. And here you can see all of the different backup sources we protect with Polaris. So things like Microsoft 365, Azure, AWS, EC2, RDS, all of that stuff. So let's drill into EC2. So the first thing I want to start with here is accounts. So as you can see, we have a couple of accounts that are added to this Polaris instance. But if, like a lot of organizations, you heavily use cloud accounts for segregation of environments, well, you can add as many as you need to Polaris. So if we head back to our EC2 instances tab, you can see that this is going to give us a global look of all of our instances across all of the accounts. So even if you're utilizing multiple accounts within AWS, you're able to manage the data protection of them all within one Polaris instance. So if we drill into one here, you can see that same calendar views provided within Polaris as we're used to with the on-premises version of Rubrik, the cloud data management software. And we can drill in just the same as well here. So we see all these snapshots now, but just a note, these snapshots aren't stored within Polaris. Basically, in the case of cloud native protection, Rubrik is acting as an orchestration layer, which basically just calls the proper, in this case, AWS APIs to take EBS volume snapshots and basically automates the process from start to finish, basically managing the entire life cycle of your EBS snapshots. So what this means is customer's data never actually leaves the customer's environment. It's stored as EBS snapshots within their environment. No data, only metadata around that data is sent back to Polaris. So if we click the little ellipsis, we can see what options we have for recovery. First, let's take a look at file level, right? We can actually crack open these EBS snapshots and retrieve individual files and folders. And just as with Cloud On, this is all made possible by temporary Rubrik compute nodes running within the customer's cloud environment. So if we actually search for a file here, let's say hosts, and then we'll go through the wizard here, we can see that we can recover this certain file to either an existing S3 bucket that we have set up, or if we wanted to, we could create a new S3 bucket and basically crack open those snapshots and pull individual files and folders out of them. Second, we have another option here called recover. So recover basically takes that original EC2 instance and rewinds it back to a specified point in time. Basically what happens is the original EC2 instance gets powered down. We restore the EBS volumes from the snapshots. And then we basically attach them to the original EC2 instance and we power it back on. And the last option we have here is called export. And this is very similar to the process that Recover takes, as it does mount a point-in-time copy of the EC2 instance. However, when we export something, the original source is not affected in any way. So we go ahead and we create a new EC2 instance and we leave that production instance alone, basically. So let's go through the process of actually performing an export. So I'll click export here. And as you can see, we simply need to supply an instance name, as well as some information around where it should be created. So we need to specify things like the instance size. So we can, if desired, we can actually export instances from one account to another account or one region to another. We also simply have to point it towards a KMS key here if we wish to encrypt this new instance, as well as a key pair so we have access to log in. And then we basically need to specify sort of the networking around it, right? What VPC is it going into, what subnet and what security group we would like this instance to be attached to. So I'll just click export. And at this point, we're done. So what's happening now is Rubrik is making all those appropriate API calls into AWS to, one, create new EBS volumes from those point-in-time snapshots that we've selected. Two, then it's going to actually deploy a new EC2 instance and attach these newly created volumes to it and simply power it on. And all this is happening without affecting our production instance. So this is a great process for things like test dev, or if your security team would like a copy of a certain instance to run penetration tests or different things like that, or just for simple recovery if you don't want to affect the production resources. So let's jump back into the AWS console and see what's happening. So I'll dive into the EC2 service here, and let's just do a search for our mic test instance, and there it is, a point-in-time restoration of our production instance, powered on and ready to go. So that's all I have to show here today. Hopefully you can see how we can help protect our customers no matter where they are in their cloud journey. If you're just getting started leveraging cloud, Cloud Out's a great way to sort of get familiar with cloud and start utilizing it. Or if you're running actual cloud native instances, Rubrik's got your back. So at this point, I think we're here to take any questions that you may have.
Very good. Thanks, Mike, for that awesome demo. Kim, you have time for just a couple of questions?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Great. So the first question here, Richard is asking about the difference implementing Rubrik solutions across different clouds. So I think the question is, how similar is the experience to, say, use Azure as your cloud piece or AWS, just as an example?
Yeah, I'll let Mike actually take this one. In terms of the differences between the public clouds and implementing those. What would you say for that one, Mike?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I would say that's one of the features of Rubrik is that we kind of take all of those clouds and sort of boil them down into one sort of unified interface. So the same way that you protect AWS EC2 instances, you use that same sort of SLA domain policy to protect Azure, right? And it's all provided within the Polaris SaaS platform. Same with GCP as well. So you don't have to learn, I guess, new API calls or scripts to run against all the other clouds. Rubrik sort of orchestrates all of that for you. So whether you're protecting an EC2 instance or an Azure instance, it's essentially the same process. Obviously, some of the terminology is going to change, like depending on whether you're, going into a virtual network or a subnet or things like that. So, but the actual protection solution is exactly the same as with recovery as well.
Cool. This is I don't know, half question, half comment, but I wonder if you guys would like to comment on this further. I believe you say the name Karen. Karen says that prevention is better than cure in a lot of cases. And I think that's an interesting thought. As far as prevention goes, in the platform. What are some of the standout features that sort of get out ahead of problems? Obviously, there's lots to help you recover when you've had a problem, but I know that there are definitely some things you could mention as far as heading off at problems at the pass. Could either of you comment on some of those things?
Yeah, sure. No, absolutely. I think a lot of it comes down to, and I mentioned this a little bit, but, a zero trust architecture. So Rubrik is zero trust data management. So it's an architecture that's modeled after the zero trust implementation model from NIST. So at the core of zero trust is actually a set of technologies called Rubrik Data Guardian. So, that supports this purpose-built file system that, never exposes backup data via open network protocols. It creates a logical air gap that blocks data from being discoverable or accessible over the network. And I talked about this a little bit, but once data is written to the Rubrik system, and this is absolutely critical for that, for that prevention, right? Knowing that you have an immutable architecture. So the data backups are immutable. Threat actors are going after not just your data, but your backup data now. That's the next target. So that backup data can't be modified, it can't be deleted, it can't be encrypted by an attack. So, that's ensuring that a clean copy of data is always available for recovery. So yeah, we'd love to talk to you more about that. Check out our recent blog on Zero Trust as well.
I think that's all we've got time for as far as live Q&A. Mike, Kim, please feel free to hang out and keep answering questions in the chat if you would like. But thank you both so much, and thank you to Rubrik for being on the Megacast today.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for all the questions.
Thank you.
It was great.
All right, great presentation, great Q&A session there. Really appreciate that. Thanks so much to Kim and Mike. I've just brought up the poll question for everyone out there about Rubrik. We do want to get your feedback on that before we move on to our next presentation. And I'll leave that up while I announce our first set of prize winners on today's Megacast. So we've got an Amazon $500 gift card. This one going to Adam Fenton from Georgia. Congratulations, Adam. And our first grand prize for an Apple M1 MacBook going to Derek Okawa from Hawaii. Wow. Congratulations to Adam and Derek. And thank you to everyone who's responded there so far to the poll. We do appreciate your feedback on that, and so many great questions as well came in for Rubrik, and we're routing those to the Rubrik team to answer as quickly as they can. All right, so with that, it's now time to move on to our next presentation on today's Megacast. I'm excited to welcome Martin Crew, Senior Director for Industry Solutions at Gigamon. Hey, Martin, it's great to have you on.
David, hello, how you doing?
Doing great. It's good to have you back on the event. Take it away.
Yeah, glad to be here, and congratulations to Derek on the PowerBook. I'm sure that's going to brighten his day up, so that's great. So hello, everybody. My name is Martin Crew. I'm responsible for Industry Solutions at Gigamon, and what we're going to talk about today is let me get my slide here, is Wrangling the Cloud, how we can help you avoid missteps and improve the application environments to make sure that applications are running with full availability, resilience, and obviously high performance. So that's what we're going to focus in on today. I've got a very, very straightforward agenda. For those of you not familiar with Gigamon, I'm going to go through just 2 slides talking a little bit about who we are. Then we're going to get into very much the what we do. So how do we help organizations in this process of wrangling the cloud? I'm going to talk about a couple of specific things. I'm going to talk about visibility as being one of the keys to enabling you to be successful in cloud adoption and building great high-performing cloud applications. And then talk specifically about one of the key building blocks of cloud applications, which is, of course, containers. After that, just before I wrap up, I'm going to talk about cloud wrangling at scale. So talk about a very large scale implementation of Gigamon that we worked on a couple of years ago, which everybody is actually going to be familiar with when I discuss it. So I hope that will be something of interest to you. But before we jump in, I'm going to start talking a little bit about who is Gigamon. So many of you will be familiar with us. Most of you who are operating at enterprise scale organizations have probably either got Gigamon within your organization or you've probably looked at it at some point in the past. So what Gigamon is and what we do is we're one of the long-standing leaders in what we call the visibility market. We've been around about 15 years, and what we deliver to our customers is visibility and analytics on all of the traffic across the hybrid cloud. So it really doesn't matter on the architecture that you've got, whether it's wholly on premises, whether it's on premises with some private cloud, on premises, private, and multiple public clouds. We provide visibility into all of the traffic that moves across that infrastructure. And the goal of doing that is to let your organization run fast, which very much goes to the cloud wrangling idea, stay secure, which is obviously super critical and super high profile at the moment with what we're seeing in terms of increased cyber activity, and finally to innovate, so to enable your organization to take full advantage of the power of the cloud in delivering high-performing, compelling, engaging applications for your customers and your internal users. So that's where we're focused. A few sort of facts and figures about us. We have 4,200 customers worldwide. These tend to be very large, complex, highly distributed organizations. So they include, for example, 83 of the Fortune 100 within the US, 7 out of the top 10 global banks, all of the major US agencies, etc. So we're very much focused on these leading edge, very demanding organizations who are performing at scale. So that's really us in a nutshell. That's as much as I wanted to talk about there. What I want to do now is just to sort of go into a little build slide to talk about the evolution of most people's infrastructure. So when we go back to the days of just the on-premise data center, we obviously had, for most large-scale organizations, a pretty complex situation in the first place. We had many, many different servers. We had many different tools that were managing them, and traffic needed to be regulated. And for many organizations, that meant using a product like Gigamon's Network Packet Broker to actually get visibility into the traffic, making sure it was being routed to the right place. Over the years, this situation has got more complex, and the Gigamon product has sort of grown along with that. So, for example, we've seen things like the evolution of not just on-premises data centers, but virtual data centers and now cloud data centers. So we've seen most of our organizations, in fact, it's now 91% of our customer organizations, operating in a hybrid or multi-cloud environment. Moving beyond that, we've seen the growth of, my next button is not working, of 5G. So we're starting to see 5G come through, and with 5G, we're going to see a huge explosion in the number of connected devices on the network. Obviously, some large part of this is going to be the IoT and OT devices that are already there, but most of our customer organizations are very much expecting that with 5G coming to the market, the number of connected devices is going to explode significantly, and obviously that's going to massively increase the complexity of most people's infrastructures. It's going to increase the demands on their applications. It's probably going to require new type of applications to take full advantage of the mobile performance that 5G is going to bring to the table. So more complexity coming in with that. We're also seeing, in response to a lot of this, organizations moving to zero trust security. Obviously, security has been very much at the top of people's mind over the last several years. We've seen ransomware really massively impact the market. We've seen supply chain issues around security and many other issues. So all organizations are now becoming very, very security minded. And for many organizations, that means evaluating or going beyond evaluation to actually moving to zero trust security. where again, you need visibility, you need control down to very granular levels within the organization to be able to implement that. Finally, we're seeing the evolution of the next-gen data center. You know, the cloud is not going to be the only platform that people use moving forward. There are many applications, there are many databases that make sense to leave in an on-premises environment. So we're very much seeing organizations commit to this hybrid model where they're going to be essentially right sizing. So they'll be putting the right application on the right platform. That could be on premises, it could be virtual, it could be public cloud, it could be multi-public cloud. We're going to see this just proliferation of different architectures. But talking to our customers, the data center is holding its own. So I'm not necessarily thinking there's going to be a huge resurgence in data centers, but data centers are certainly not going away by any stretch of the imagination. So all of these factors driving the market really contribute to the fact that the infrastructures we're all working with are going to get more and more complex, and getting visibility into those environments is the key to avoiding missteps and making sure that the application environment that you're providing to your developers and through the developers to the customers and end users, making sure that environment is high performing, is secure, and is delivering the type of compelling applications that provide competitive advantage for organizations. So what does that mean to us? So what that means to us is that organizations need what we call a visibility solution, and what probably most people call a visibility solution. So the visibility solution, regardless of the vendor it comes from, has to have a number of attributes. First of all, it's got to be able to acquire traffic, so get traffic from any source on the network, whether it's conventional servers, whether it's IoT devices, whether it's devices that maybe can't support conventional agents to acquire traffic. You've got to be able to access all the traffic that's moving across the network. Second thing is you've got to be able to send that traffic to the tools and the other applications that need to consume it. And here you need to get to a situation where you've got sort of a one-to-many type relationship, where traffic once acquired can be routed to any tool or application that needs it. You also need to be able to see what's on the network to detect and discover things like shadow IT activity, activity like crypto mining, crypto jacking, which has now become really quite a major issue for many organizations. You need to be able to discover devices that are on the network that, as I mentioned before, don't support conventional agents. So devices that don't say, hey, I'm here, but you need to be able to look at traffic flows across the network and then work back from those flows to the devices that are actually giving rise to the flows and be able to identify those devices. And then you need to be able to make sure that all the data moving across the network is in compliance with your internal standards, with regulatory issues, with industry issues, or whatever applies, and that you can meet those internal standards for things like service levels, but also all the regulatory issues that go with that. And then finally, one of the big things from a visibility solution is the ability to troubleshoot, particularly when you think about the environment we talked about on the last slide, where we've got many, many more different types of devices, data, etc. Getting the visibility to troubleshoot problems when they occur is a big issue, because applications these days are no longer monolithic. They're probably going to be multi-level. They're going to use containers, service meshes, whatever mechanism makes most sense for a particular application. But getting visibility into these increasingly complex applications is a big issue. So this is why we believe organizations need to have this abstraction layer in their architecture, so that they've got the ability through the mythical single pane of glass to see everything that's moving across the organization's network. So for Gigamon, that product is what we call Gigamon Hawk. So Gigamon Hawk can connect to and take information from any workload, regardless of what that workload is running on. And it can take that information and send it to any tool. So these could be some tools, for example, our own Threat Insight, which is a full function NDR tool, or it could be tools from many, many other vendors. We're essentially tool agnostic. We know that most of our organizations, customer organizations, are running probably in excess of tools from 20 different tool vendors. They're running, in many cases, tens of instances of those tools. So they have a very, very complex tools landscape. And our job is not to take sides in that. It's to make sure that all of those tools get access to the data that they need in the most relevant format, in a timely manner, and not get bombarded with information that they either don't need to see or at speeds that they can't process. So our job is very much to sit in the middle of that and provide those tools with the service they need to do the tasks that you've bought them for. And then finally, we need to be able to work across any environment. Again, 90+% of our customers are working in this hybrid world, and increasingly the hybrid world includes multi-cloud architectures. So it's very typical for us to see customers supporting all of the environments at the bottom tier of this screen. So this is what we see the role of Gigamon's Hawk product to be. And we're calling this a deep observability pipeline. So the idea behind deep observability is really pretty straightforward. So as we've moved to the cloud world, we're mostly familiar with the idea of observability, the idea that you need to look at the applications that are running in the cloud infrastructure and be able to see for them what we call the melt. So the metrics, the events, the logs, and the traces that developers have built into those applications to instrument them and provide the telemetry that we need to see the health of the application, the performance of the application, etc. But what we're finding, talking both to customers and those observability organizations, so the folks like Datadog, Dynatrace, New Relic, etc., is that as good as the melt information is, there's an element that's missing. And that's the element that you can only get from actually seeing the network traffic. So seeing the packets in motion, seeing the data flows, seeing the metadata that can be extracted from that. And our concept behind deep observability is to complement what's happening at the melt layer with this deeper layer, this level that comes from the network. So the network intelligence combined with the application level intelligence is what we believe organizations need to be able to wrangle the cloud and to avoid the missteps that many organizations fall into as a result of not having the necessary level of visibility. So what does Hawk do? So I've alluded to this a little bit, but what Hawk does is it basically ticks the boxes against the criteria for what any visibility fabric needs to do. So it provides access to all the data that's running across the network. So it doesn't matter what the source is, we can see the traffic. We broker the traffic. So given the ability to see it, we know what that traffic is all about. We know where it needs to go. We know what format it needs to be delivered in. We know if a tool that it's going to can support metadata, which, for example, in the case of an APM tool, the ability to provide that tool with metadata rather than raw packets is probably going to reduce traffic flow to that tool by 90–95%. So we can assess what tools need metadata, what tools need raw packets. For those tools that need raw packets, we can make sure that they're not getting duplicate packets, because one of the things with these complex networks where you're potentially tapping at multiple points on the network is there is the tendency for you to see the same information many times over. So deduplicating that is very important. Also, we're in an environment where traffic is increasingly encrypted. So figuring out what traffic is encrypted and decrypting it, inspecting it, understanding where it needs to go, quarantining traffic that doesn't meet any of the cryptographical standards, and then re-encrypting it and sending it on to the appropriate tools. That's the core function that we perform on the network. So that's kind of the transformational aspect of this. And then finally, the analytics side of things. Again, analytics goes beyond just the melt capability of sort of looking at the network health. It goes into areas such as, can I pull information from multiple sources and derive information from that, derive contextual information from that really help me understand what's happening on the network. So beyond just looking at simple flows, pulling those together and deriving the information from those collectively to help me better analyze what's happening with my network. So these are some of the core functions that occur within the Gigamon Hawk environment. Underlying those functions, we have an architecture that goes from physical and virtual taps at the lowest level into our operating system, then into what we call the GigaSmart layer, which is where these deduplication, transformation type functions occur, to the highest level, which is the Gigamon Fabric Manager, which is the single pane of glass idea. So the idea that you can have one point to go to that works across your entire hybrid network and can show you what tools are connected, how they're connected, what traffic is flowing, and give you the control that you need to be successful in managing these complex environments. So let's talk about one specific aspect of this, which is increasingly important. So as organizations move to the cloud, we all know they're not just sort of taking existing data center-based applications, moving them across the cloud and saying, there you go, it works, that's it. One of the primary reasons people move to the cloud is to gain the benefits that come from the scalability of the cloud. Scalability in the cloud means you actually need to re-architect most of your applications to take advantage of that. So particularly when you're looking at applications that are going to be running maybe on a multi-tier basis, you need to re-architect those applications to suit the various tiers that are available. When you're looking at highly scalable applications that maybe use containers, you obviously need to be able to break those applications down into their various component elements and be able to then decide which of those need to be containerized, how they need to be containerized. So we're seeing that containerization is very much part and parcel of the move that most of our customers are embracing as they move into the cloud environment. So one of the capabilities that we've recently added to our product is the ability to help you manage those containers in a much more granular fashion. So what we can do is we can essentially tunnel into those containers and get the visibility into the traffic that they're generating or consuming. So what this means in practice is really three things. The first is that containers are no longer blind spots. Containers are now every bit as visible as any other component on the network. So eliminating those blind spots really does mean that we can enable organizations to improve their security posture. So we now have complete visibility on the network, and we've always talked about east-west visibility, meaning sort of across the network between different cloud instances, for example, but we now have visibility down to container level. So east-west traffic between containers, we've now got full visibility into. So that means that the compliance, that the SLOs and the things that you're working to within the organization can be taken down to that much more granular level. And what that means, we believe, is that with this level of visibility, you need to be able to fully integrate this with the existing tools that you've got, such as the automation tools, the orchestration tools. Because obviously these are the tools that you're using to manage the scale out of applications in the cloud environment. So we can integrate directly into those tools so that as the containers scale up, scale out, you do not lose visibility. And this is something that's set up through your existing automation and orchestration tools. So what this really means is that the fabric of the network can now auto-scale. So as these ephemeral container pods proliferate and are removed, you do not need to do anything at the manual level. The integration of Gigamon with the orchestration tools that you've got manages that for you. So this is something that we've really seen our customers take to in a big way. So for those organizations wondering how to manage containers as they move into this cloud environment, wondering about how they get the visibility to make sure they're getting full performance out of this capability, this is an area that we can definitely help you in. Okay, so let's now talk about a real-world example. Oops, I forgot there was a build back. Let's talk about a real-world example. So one of the largest scale implementations we've been involved with has been the 2020 US Census. So everyone, I'm sure, remembers that this was the first time that a census was really fully automated. And as the software for that was being conceptualized and then designed and developed, there were many, many people that were involved. So there were obviously, many government organizations involved. There was a general contractor, which was one of the big global SIs. And then there were a number of specialist integrators who were involved. And we worked with one of those, an organization called T-Rex, to help figure out how the network on which the census was going to be run would rise to the challenge of supporting and securing 600,000 concurrent users, which was the sort of statement of work for how scalable this system needed to be. So to support that number of users, you're obviously going to be running on many, many hosts, many, many servers in a very complex environment. It wasn't just a matter of, is it on-premises or hybrid cloud? It was actually a multi-cloud environment. So this was a very demanding environment. What the system needed to do from the security point of view, which was really what we were most involved with, was making sure that there was the decryption capability deployed on the network. Obviously for the census, everything that came through from the individuals filling in the information needed to be encrypted. And therefore, if it's encrypted, it needs to be decrypted before it can be routed to the appropriate tools or applications. So centralized decryption was a huge part of this. Intrusion detection was a very big part of it. Obviously, you've got to make sure that the infrastructure that the census is running on is itself secure. So detecting any intrusion into the network was extremely important. So that was one of the other things that was mandated as part of the design. The final thing was data loss. I mean, there can be no data loss from the census. Once the information is in there, it's got to be totally secure, totally locked up. And there's got to be no way that an individual or a bad actor of any kind can exfiltrate data from that system. So these were the things that the system was designed to do. So this organization, T-Rex, made the decision after evaluating many, many options to use Gigamon as the fabric to actually do that. So the things that we had to rise to were scaling to support 600,000 concurrent users, providing visibility across this multi-cloud environment, ensuring that we had the deep packet inspection in place, ensuring that we could decrypt traffic as it moved across the network, understand what it was, quarantine it if necessary, but if it was okay, re-encrypt and move it on to where it needed to go. And then finally, to support passive IDS, data loss protection, with full packet capture and making sure that that was available to analytic tools, so that if there were issues and there was a forensic investigation that was necessary, all of the information was available. So for those of you who've been involved with these type of very high volume applications, I'm sure there's a lot there that you'll recognize as being sort of key to the way that you've designed these applications. going beyond design to actually how do you implement this, I'm sure most of you will have implemented some kind of visibility fabric to give that capability. What Gigamon provides is that capability out of the box. So the ability to work at scale, the ability to support all the various tools that you're going to need to work with the data, whether it's encrypted or decrypted, all of that is available with Gigamon, highly proven, as I said, 4,200 of the world's largest organizations using us, and available very, very quickly. So that was one example that I wanted to share with you. What I want to do now is just give you a very quick wrap up of some of the benefits that we see customers enjoying when they use Gigamon Hawk. So this is our sort of 5 S's slide. So the first thing is the ability to see all the data across the hybrid network. Secondly, to secure that, so make sure there are no blind spots on the network, and to detect threats when they arrive. So we've got our own NDR capability, but we also work with all of the leading third-party NDRs on the system, available in the market today. So we've got this ability to make sure that all the data in motion is secure. We also can scale, as I discussed, with containers and other highly scalable architectures. There is the risk that as applications scale, you can lose visibility. So we want to make sure that as people embrace those different application models, they do not lose that visibility. And then you've got to be able to simplify. So we know these are complex environments. We know there's a lot of orchestration and automation tools and layers that people are building into their systems to help manage at the scale that they're now deploying. And we fully integrate with those environments. So as things scale, it's not a matter of you need to do something to Gigamon to ensure that it does scale. Embedding our visibility within your automation tools makes sure that the scaling is built into that process. And then finally, saving. So with this complexity, you've got situations where these different tools that are operating across these environments often need their own agents. With Gigamon, you can actually get around that issue. You can get around the issue of every tool needing its own unique agent. Once you tap into the cloud network or the on-premises network with Gigamon, you can take information from that one tap. You can understand which tools need to consume that information, in what format, i.e. can they use metadata or do they need raw packets? Do they need filtered packets? Do they need sampled? Do they need sliced? Whatever. And you can make sure that from that one tap, you're sending information to all the tools on the network that need to consume it. So you can reduce the number of agents, and that means you're reducing the number of moving parts, you're reducing the number of extracts that are happening from the environment, and that reduces the number of compute cycles that are taken for that process. The other thing is that using capabilities like filtering, like deduplication, like sampling, we can reduce the amount of traffic that's actually traversing the network. So that optimizes the bandwidth that's available, and particularly if information is moving off of the network, it can help reduce the data movement charges that are fairly common in the cloud consumption model. So there are all types of savings that are available with Gigamon. We've developed a number of different tools that help organizations look at the traffic on their network and evaluate where potential savings are possible. So if this is something that you're wrestling with and are interested, then please get in contact with us and we can do some analytic work on your networks with you to help understand how we can optimize traffic and therefore optimize your computational cycles that are being used, optimize bandwidth that's being used, optimize data movement charges, and hopefully help you optimize your bill from these organizations. So David, that was the end of my comments for today. Do we have any questions that I can help answer?
We do, yes, Martin. Yeah, great presentation. We do have some questions. I'm just going to bring up this poll for everyone out there. while we take those questions from the audience that says, what additional information would you like about Gigamon? And obviously, there's a lot of interest here. A lot of great questions have come in. I think we have time for just a couple kind of short ones here. Let's see. First one, Larry is asking, to get full visibility, do we need an agent running on each node? And how is the product licensed, Martin?
Okay, good question. So the answer is yes, you do need an agent on each node. So we have virtual agents, we have physical agents. These work in a number of different ways depending on the nature of the node. But yes, you need to have an agent on those nodes to capture the traffic. The licensing, so we are adapting our licensing to the realities of the cloud world. So one of the things that we're seeing within the cloud, as I've mentioned several times, is people are adopting multi-clouds, and they're often moving workloads from one environment to another. So we've simplified our licensing to say that in the cloud environment, you basically license for, let's say 100 instances, and those instances might all start out being on one cloud environment. Over time, some of them might migrate to other environments. So you do not need to relicense. We have essentially a single SKU, which is the GigaView Cloud Suite, and the software that comes with that can run on any of the cloud endpoints. So once it's licensed, you don't have to worry about relicensing, unless, of course, you expand the use, in which case you do need more licenses. But yeah, moving licenses from one environment to another is built into our licensing model now.
Excellent. Yeah, I like that flexibility. Then another question came in here. They're asking, Wolfgang is asking, what about the extra load on the communication infrastructure? I'm thinking, around network latency would be caused by this sort of visibility.
Yep. So, I mean, there's no point saying anything other than, yes, I mean, there is a load. If you put another layer into the architecture, it does introduce some level of overhead. The exact amount varies depending on the nature of the workloads and the platforms that are executing the workloads. But it's typically sort of single-digit percentage that's being added to it. It's something that we are very mindful of and that we're always working to optimize the way that our software works to minimize the impact that it has. But, getting this additional level of visibility definitely comes with some level of cost in terms of the network performance.
Okay, excellent. Yeah. And then, so what should folks do to get started with Gigamon, Martin?
So if people are interested, they can go to our website, gigamon.com, and there you'll find a number of test drives that are possible. So these are cloud-based, so you'll be able to get into a controlled cloud environment, use the full software, and you'll be able to test for yourself that way. The other way is to contact us, get one of our SEs to work with you. And as I mentioned, we've got a number of different tools that we can come and work with you on your own data to actually assess the data that you've got, to look at if you used Gigamon, how could that be optimized and what the potential savings are. Because what we find is that with most customers, when they start out using Gigamon, that they are achieving a return on their initial investment in about 4 or 5 months. So yes, there's an initial cost to this, but that cost is paid back very, very quickly. So for those of you thinking about that, please do get in contact. Let us get one of our SEs in contact with you and take a look at what we can do to actually save you money and increase visibility.
Yeah, that sounds like a win-win, saving money and increasing visibility. Sounds like a great opportunity for folks out there who need greater visibility in the cloud, and I think everybody does. So, great presentation. Thank you so much for being on the Megacast, Martin.
You're welcome. Thanks, David. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
And for more information on Gigamon, check out the Handouts tab there as well. There's a resource on closing the cloud visibility gap that you can download. And I will leave up the poll while I announce our next prize winner. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Jake Kim from Pennsylvania. Congratulations. All right, and with that, I'm excited now to bring in our next presenter on today's Megacast. Welcome to Dave Birmingham, Technical Evangelist from SIOS. Hey, Dave, thanks for being on. Take it away.
All right. Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here today. So we're going to talk today about achieving high availability and disaster recovery objectives in the cloud. And before we begin, just a little bit about myself. My name, again, is Dave Birmingham. I work for SIOS Technology. Currently, my title is Senior Technical Evangelist. I'm also a Microsoft MVP in cloud and data center. And prior to that, I was a Microsoft MVP in failover clustering. So this is right up my alley, my area of expertise. So the agenda for today, we're going to be talking about how much HA do I need? And we're also going to also look at the differences of high availability in the cloud versus on-prem. And then we're going to talk a little bit about SIOS as a company and also our products listed here, DataKeeper Cluster Edition, SIOS Protection Suite for Linux, and SIOS Protection Suite for Windows. So first section, how much HA do I need? This slide illustrates where the different levels of availability. And you can clearly see that in the bottom left-hand corner of the quadrant is your non-critical application that really don't need any level of availability. So it could be personal data or just basically non-critical applications. And then as you move to the right, and move up into the top right quadrant, you can start seeing the more important applications and your mission critical applications where they're definitely going to need higher levels of availability. So the cloud provider is going to give you some amount of availability at the infrastructure layer, which generally will cover those applications in that the bottom left quadrant of this slide. As you move to the top right side of this quadrant, you need to consider not only the availability of your infrastructure, but also the availability of your applications. And for those mission critical applications, such as SQL Server or SAP, HANA, Oracle, anything that's really deemed mission critical, you're going to want to shoot for high availability, which equates to 4 nines of availability, which if you break that down monthly, it's less than 5 minutes of downtime per month. And that's really where we're focused as a company in ensuring high availability for your mission critical applications. So high availability on-premise versus the cloud. You might know, I've heard that when you sign up for the cloud, whether, all the major cloud providers, you might have seen this 4.9 service level agreement in the cloud. We're really kind of focused in infrastructure as a service here. We're not talking so much as the software as a service or platform as a service, but if you're looking at your SLAs for infrastructure as a service, you'll commonly see 4 nines of availability. If you read the fine print and look at the details a little bit greater, they're guaranteeing you 4 nines of availability for the hardware only, not the services and the applications running. So if you're deploying instances in the cloud, they will guarantee 4 nines of availability if you have 2 or more instances spread across different availability zones. But what it doesn't protect is the applications and services running inside that instance. And that's going to be, the customer responsibility to ensure the applications and services are up and running. So the picture shown here, you can clearly see where the provider's responsibility ends and the customer's responsibility begins. So the platform provider, your cloud provider, of course, is going to provide the hypervisor platform, the physical servers, that's running the hypervisors. the storage, the physical storage, is all managed by the cloud service provider. The physical networking and the actual structure, the physical data center, the power redundancy and the cooling redundancy, all that is squarely on the cloud provider's responsibility. Now, as you start deploying virtual networks and you're deploying operating systems on top of virtual machines, you're in charge of ensuring that you've done the right thing. So you've configured your load balancers and all the networking and your subnets and your virtual networks are all configured properly, and that's on you to make sure they're running properly. Their security, all those things, and then all the way through your middleware to your applications and your data. It's up to you to take advantage of the tools that the cloud provider offers you, and also any third-party utilities to ensure the availability of your applications. And when we look at the availability of cloud, we have this thing I like to call the chain of availability, which is basically there are a lot of moving parts between the client and the application that, at any point along the way, if any one of these links in this chain fails, the application is not available. So not only do you have to consider, that your database is clustered, but you have to look at everything from, between the client and the application. So we start, if this is like an on-prem client connecting directly to something hosted in the cloud, you might have a direct connect or express route connecting your on-premise environment to the cloud. You might have to connect to a web server. So you might put up a web server farm that's using a load balancer to not only distribute the load, but also provide some availability should a web server fail. And then the web server might connect to a database backend. So you cluster the database, but in between the web server and the database, there might be another load balancer. And each of these components in the cloud have their own individual SLA and availability that you need to be aware of. And if you're doing things like Microsoft clustering, you have to make sure your Active Directory is highly available. Your DNS server, we've seen this recently where DNS servers not being available and things just go dark quickly, right? And then your storage, you have to ensure that your data is protected. And that's something we're going to talk about with our product of DataKeeper to help you keep that data replicated not only across availability zones, but also across regions and integrate with some failover clustering or other clustering solutions to ensure you have rapid recovery. So all those components are potential points of failure that you have to make sure you address to ensure you know what your availability is in that entire infrastructure. So on-premise, you have traditional options that you see for high availability on-premise. Now, this first one I don't consider truly high availability, your hypervisor-based availability. So your VMware HA, your Hyper-V clusters, that gives you some infrastructure level availability, but even the hypervisor-based availability solutions don't monitor the application running inside the virtual machine. But very often you'll see some of those, not maybe business critical, but important solutions running on hypervisor-based availability solutions. Shared storage clusters, that's your traditional Microsoft failover clustering where you have multiple nodes connected to some sort of shared storage device and you're leveraging the clustering solution that comes with the operating system. And then there's application-specific availability solutions. So we talk about SQL Server. There's, from way back, you have simple database replication to always-on availability groups. And then there's other applications that, provide some sort of availability that's application-specific. And then there's third-party availability solutions, such as what Sios provides. We're going to talk about it next. But those are all your options on-premise today. Now, when you move to the cloud, some of these options go away. So you no longer have control at the hypervisor level to have failover of virtual machines like that. Shared storage, where it's not available in all cloud providers, there are starting to be some shared storage solutions out there like Azure Shared Disk, but typically not available in all solutions and are limited in their functionality, typically to single regions in the cloud. So there's some limitations there as well. But what you're really going to be looking at when you move to the cloud, again, infrastructure as a service, you're going to be looking at application-specific availability solutions, and you're also going to be looking at third-party availability solutions. So let's talk a little bit about Sios technology. First, just a little background. The company's been around for quite some time. It was founded in 1999. We have a headquarters out in San Mateo, but offices across the globe from the US, and EMEA, and APAC, Singapore, and Japan. We have 80,000 licenses sold globally. These are licenses that are actively being used today. We're partners with all the industry leaders, but important in the cloud, obviously Microsoft, AWS, Google. We're actually the first AWS partner to achieve the Windows certification for applications. And we've been working with these partners for many years, really since the cloud became a thing, because availability in the cloud has always been kind of a missing component, especially early on. So we partner very tightly with those cloud providers. Again, first AWS Advanced Technology Partner for Microsoft Workloads, the first Azure Certified High Availability Solution, and really just recognized within the industry as application availability and disaster recovery experts, because that's our focus. We've been doing it since 1999, and we have a great team from, the pre-sales engineers, which if you're talking to us, you'd probably be talking with myself or one of my coworkers, and our support team based out of Columbia, South Carolina, has got an excellent team with members that have been there longer than I have, and I've been there 18 years. So we have a 98.6% customer satisfaction rating, which we're very proud of. We're certified with lots of applications, including SAP certified for HANA and NetWeaver. So we have some great solutions there. And our mission at Sios, I'll just read it here. Sios empowers enterprise customers with the most reliable, flexible, cloud-friendly, high availability solutions in the industry. So again, high availability, cloud-friendly, flexible, reliable. And that's really what you want. One of the key differentiators here is the reliable and flexible. So we're going to have a solution that's going to work across all the different clouds, all the different operating systems, all the different applications. So it's going to be one solution to solve all your problems, regardless of whether you're on physical servers, virtual servers, or in the cloud, one solution to solve it all for your high availability needs. We're going to go over these in greater detail, but just a quick introduction of the solutions we're going to talk about today. So on the left-hand side, we have DataKeeper Cluster Edition, which really what it does, if you are familiar with Windows, they have had a clustering solution called Windows Server Failover Clustering for many years, since NT4. And that's a great solution. It's kind of the default standard HA solution on Windows. But one of the requirements with that solution, however, is that you have shared storage. And in the cloud, there's not going to be the concept of a shared storage device always. So you're going to use DataKeeper, which is a host-based block-level replication solution. So you're going to just leverage regular cloud storage. DataKeeper is going to replicate it synchronously or asynchronously across all the cluster nodes and integrate with Windows Server failover clustering to allow you to still build failover clusters, Windows failover clusters, but eliminate the need for shared storage. So we like to call that fanless clustering. And with the async option, you can also replicate greater distances. So hybrid cloud or even cross-region replication or even cross-cloud replication for disaster recovery purposes. And on the right-hand side, we have a LifeKeeper, which is part of the SIOS protection suite. And LifeKeeper is very much like Windows Server failover clustering, but it runs on Linux and also Windows, right? So we have this LifeKeeper HA clustering solution that's going to give your manage your application failover orchestration, and it's going to monitor the entire application stack. And again, it's very much like Windows clustering, but it runs on Linux. It also integrates with DataKeeper, so we have the same great host-based replication solution that runs at the block level on Linux. And then the application recovery kit extends the core functionality of LifeKeeper. So LifeKeeper is going to give you your basic protection for your IPs and your file systems. Then the application recovery kits are going to extend the core functionality with intelligence for all the major applications. So now we're going to take a little bit deeper dive and look at each of those solutions I just introduced. So the first solution, DataKeeper Cluster Edition, which you might remember, integrates with Windows Server failover clustering. So it's clustering just like you know and love today on Windows, but instead of shared storage, we're using replicated storage. And this can be any storage you attach to a Windows server. So pictured here is a simple 2-node cluster where if you have a failure on node 1, node 2 will recover automatically. As part of that recovery process, the replication is reversed. So now everything running on node 2 is being written directly to the storage attached to node 2 and is automatically replicated back to node 1. So that's something you don't get with normal, just basic Windows failover clustering. So this extends the functionality of failover clustering, allowing you to build clusters in the cloud so you can take advantage of the availability zones, so you can qualify for that 4 nines of availability for your applications. Now, we're not limited to a simple 2-node cluster. We can also replicate to multiple targets. So pictured here might be 2 nodes in the same region between availability zones, doing synchronous replication for high availability, but at the same time replicate off-site to a disaster recovery node that might be in a different region or even a different cloud. And so all that failover and happens automatically. For DR, you can have it be push button or automated if you need to have that automated recovery for disaster. There's options for that. And that's what that might look like here. So this is a typical cloud configuration we see all the time where you have 2 nodes in one region spread across 2 different availability zones for high availability using synchronous replication, guaranteeing no data loss, and at the same time replicating off-site for disaster recovery. We also support we call hybrid storage multi-site clustering. So if you have an existing Microsoft cluster on-prem that's using a shared disk and you're happy with it, but you're looking to extend that to your disaster recovery site, whether it's your own data center or a cloud instance, you can do that as well. So you keep your existing shared storage cluster and simply add a 3rd node in your DR site so that you have your local failover for high availability, but then also have a real-time copy of your data in the cloud or your DR site for disaster recovery. This is also great for cloud migration. So if you're looking to move to the cloud, you might have already encountered the problems like what do we do with our clusters? Because again, shared storage is not an option in the cloud. You might have come across a stumbling block. Well, we can allow you to extend it into the cloud and then fail over to the cloud as part of your migration process and then build clusters once you're in the cloud. So that's an option there as well. So now we'll take a little deeper look at SIOS LifeKeeper. Now, what I told you before, LifeKeeper, it runs on both Windows and Linux. So you say, well, why would I choose LifeKeeper for Windows when we have DataKeeper Cluster Edition with Microsoft clustering? Either solution is great. They work pretty much the same way. You might look at LifeKeeper for Windows if you don't already have a Windows infrastructure in place. LifeKeeper doesn't rely on Active Directory. So for certain circumstances, you might opt for LifeKeeper for both Windows and Linux, especially if you have a mixed environment and you want to have a single application for both environments. Then the LifeKeeper for Windows would be good for you. And so again, LifeKeeper itself is a high availability clustering solution that's going to allow you to have application level monitoring, system level monitoring, automated recovery, and again, works on Windows and Linux in either a shared storage model or the replicated storage model when you combine it with DataKeeper. So again, DataKeeper, same concept as DataKeeper Cluster Edition, but this DataKeeper integrates with LifeKeeper instead of Windows failover clustering. So you get the block level replication that allows you to build SANless clusters with synchronous replication and then also asynchronous replication for disaster recovery kit. And then the application recovery kit is what extends the core functionality of LifeKeeper. It gives you the application level monitoring failover with the out-of-the-box wizard-based setup. That's really going to help save time and allow you to ensure you're doing all the best practices when you're providing high availability for your applications. Recovery kit, quick overview of this. The recovery kit for your basic services from Apache and Samba, NFS, and more. All your databases from Oracle with SQL to SAP HANA and much more. And then applications from SAP, WebSphere, and then supports all these different storages plus the data replication. So there's usually a application recovery kit for whichever application you're trying to protect. And if you don't see your application listed, then we also have the ability with quick service protection or your generic application recovery kit to build your own protection for applications that aren't covered under the application recovery kits. So in summary, SIOS software solves critical customer issues for high availability and disaster recovery. The DataKeeper Cluster Edition, we didn't go into great detail, but you can save a ton of money, especially if you're looking to protect like SQL Server and you're looking at always on availability groups and you are looking at the price tag of SQL Server Enterprise just to get that the always on availability groups. So if you could do the same thing and stay with SQL Server Standard, you could save about 70% on your licensing cost. The SIOS Protection Suite, again, because it's all automated with the wizards, your protection and your setup and your configuration is going to be much easier and ensure all the best practices are met because it is all prepackaged. You're not dealing with writing your own scripts or trying to put together some open source HA solution. And then also remember, our solutions support not only failovers across availability zones, which is great for high availability, but you can also extend it across regions for disaster recovery. So with that, I think my time is up. If you want more information, take a screenshot of this right here. This is how to contact us. Our phone number's here, our website, us.sios.com. You can email us, info@us.sios.com, and we'd be glad to speak with you. So we do have some questions, so I'm going to take the next 5 minutes to answer any questions you might have. So make sure to submit those now.
Yeah, great presentation, Dave. We got a lot of good questions and feedback coming in. I've just brought up this poll question for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about SIOS? And let's see, first question I see here that came in that caught my eye, Dave, they're asking, Vince is asking, what type of monitoring and reporting is available for this? For example, could we send alerts to Splunk?
Yeah, so everything that that DataKeeper or LifeKeeper does on the Windows side is more would be written into the application log. So Splunk, I believe, can be triggered to send alerts based upon different event IDs. So there's that. And LifeKeeper also supports SNMP, so you can set that up for alerting as well. So that would be your options.
Excellent. John is asking, is it compatible, or what hypervisors is it compatible with?
Yeah, I mean, Data Keeper Cluster Edition, really, it doesn't matter. If you're running Windows, then it's going to work. Same with the LifeKeeper. So, I mean, we test against the major applications, all of major hypervisors from VMware and whatnot. So, if you have a specific question or a specific hypervisor you're looking to know about, just shoot us a message and we'll let you know what we've tested against.
Nice. Let's see. Nikhil is asking kind of a long question here. Why wouldn't we use DR solutions natively provided by Azure or GCP?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So it really comes down to recovery time objective, recovery point objective. If you look at a lot of the DR solutions, so Cloud Endure or Azure Site Recovery, you're going to have typically recovery point objectives of 5 minutes, give or take. A recovery time objective is probably in the same range. With DataKeeper in the real-time block level synchronous or asynchronous replication, your recovery point objective is going to be more like seconds or less. So the data is going to be updated much more frequently. It's actually continuously updated. So as a write comes down, it's automatically sent and committed to the target. So it really comes down to that. Your RTO and RPO is going to be much greater, or much better with the Cyrus solution than the native solutions.
Excellent. Let's see. Well, I'm afraid, Dave, that's all the time we have here for our live Q&A, but there's a lot more excellent questions, some more technical questions in the electronic questions box there for you. Maybe you can get back to some of those folks. But a really great presentation. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks for having me.
And for more information on Cyrus, check out the Handouts tab right there. There is a link to download a Cyrus solution brief on controlling cloud costs without sacrificing availability or performance. So make sure that you download that resource, and you can check it out after the event. All right, before we move on to our next presentation, I need to announce our next set of prize winners. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Paul Holman from Connecticut, and our next grand prize for another Apple M1 MacBook Air going to Austin Taylor from Ohio. Congratulations. All right, and with that, I'm excited now to bring in our next presenter on the Megacast and welcome Sean Roth, Director of Product Marketing at Nutanix. Hey, Sean, thanks for being on.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here.
Absolutely, yeah. Take it away whenever you're ready.
Sounds good. Okay, so glad to be on the Megacast here. Lots of interesting concepts to cover here, and my role at Nutanix, just for a little bit of context here, is leading go-to-market efforts around our virtualized and cloud-native compute platform. So a lot of Nutanix's offerings in this space are partner-led, and we have some exciting joint solutions here that we're going to talk about, and really this segment is covering kind of some of the infrastructure considerations you would need to make to give yourself the best path forward as you adopt new cloud native technologies like Kubernetes and are starting to look at how to containerize your applications. So let me just quickly advance here. So specifically, we're going to cover what hyper-converged infrastructure is all about and what that would bring to an on-prem cloud native environment that we see many customers looking to build on-prem. I thought it'd be informative to have a glance at some of the attributes around cloud native that really define what that is, because we use that term. It's so ubiquitous nowadays, and this is such a huge transformation, if you will, that we see a lot of enterprise customers undertaking and figuring out essentially new ways to build and deploy and manage applications. So if you're familiar with cloud native, that's at the heart of that is really Kubernetes, and this incredible platform that now has an ecosystem of 600 or 700 different types of technologies around it. As teams are building applications in containers, taking the route of building those applications with smaller, more composable pieces, and reaping the benefits of what that can do for your business in terms of your overall agility, your speed to market with new software, and how flexible that is, and where it can be deployed. So we're going to look at a lot of these attributes to how the applications are built, but I've highlighted some the last four here on the right-hand side. So really the takeaway from this is, well, if we're abstracting further away from infrastructure and we have all this newfound flexibility and many fewer dependencies, it may not necessarily be an intuitive argument that infrastructure still matters in this case. And it certainly does in what's required of the underlying resources for environments like this, to really get the most out of cloud native, regardless of where you're running your applications here. So having infrastructure on-prem that enables some self-service on the part of developers that's very easily scalable and suitable for cloud, you definitely would want to have a good look at that. Focusing on the whole DevOps process. Is your infrastructure suitable to how developers and IT operations will work together, and IT operations specifically creating environments for applications to run on Kubernetes and connecting, for example, storage and delivering the kinds of resources that developers will need. And those needs change pretty rapidly in some cases. Automation is really key. You definitely want to have an easy button and a turnkey approach to doing things like cluster node upgrades and so forth, and really making the management of your infrastructure seamless by way of automating a lot of the more hands-on and kind of laborious processes involved. And then being able to create policies and enforce them, throughout the software lifecycle. That's really key as well. So infrastructure really plays a big role in all this. And it is definitely one of the challenges going forward as Kubernetes sort of at the center of this huge ecosystem. It's a pretty deep and complex platform. So if you look at the cadence of Kubernetes releases in a given calendar year, we're probably on the pace of 4, possibly 5 major releases a year. And so with each release comes significant new functionality, and users and IT operations teams that are focused on managing Kubernetes really have to keep up with all of these new updates and figure out ways to leverage those features to their advantage. So keeping pace with that is no small undertaking. And in many cases, what further complicates that can be a DIY approach to building the underlying infrastructure to run Kubernetes. So many enterprise organizations are running 3-tier infrastructure, and that's sort of an infrastructure that doesn't necessarily lend itself well to the way that Kubernetes will consume resources. So, again, there are major challenges day 0 and day 1 that we often see customers run into, because they don't have the right infrastructure to really get to where they want to go. They're slowed down by all of the work that they have to do to make that environment suitable for Kubernetes. And then, of course, multi-cloud is a big requirement nowadays. So to have a Kubernetes environment on-prem should mean that you have the means of connecting it to other Kubernetes deployments that you have in the public cloud, or maybe in a different data center. So being able to manage all that as sort of like a single hybrid cloud Kubernetes environment is really key. So these are some of the challenges that we see customers face. And again, when you're looking at just the on-prem aspect of deploying Kubernetes, there are approaches that that you really have to get right, and infrastructure is a big part of that equation. So under the hood, and again, this will offer up just a little bit more detail about what makes Kubernetes so complex and how, all the different components that are involved in orchestrating and, making sure that, by certain policies, certain pods and containers have resources that are needed, by the application. So, the platform itself has evolved considerably since it kind of became the dominant orchestrator for containers. And so, it's designed to be scalable. It does require high availability for certain components. For example, your etcd, your master nodes, and so forth. And so they're again, you're bringing together a lot of different components and also users that do different things on the platform. So having the ability to enforce those kind of policies and create roles for users where they can work together to manage Kubernetes on-prem here. So not an easy challenge when it comes down to figuring out how to deploy these components, get them up and running, and of course making sure that the resources are there for them to consume. I call out storage because there have been, in the relatively short history of Kubernetes, 4 really big challenges that that teams are always trying to solve for. One of them is storage, the others being networking, security, and then monitoring and observability. So storage in particular is really tough, just given the ephemeral nature of containers. So that's something that we're not necessarily used to, where you have to figure out how to provision storage and keep it connected to pods that are hosting stateful applications. In the beginning, it was probably a lot easier, given that most containerized applications were stateless, and therefore you could just run them, and the container the container would be blown away, and another one could replace it, and you wouldn't necessarily lose any of the data, or that wasn't important. I should say. But now I'd say that the majority of containerized applications that enterprises run are stateful and do require different types of storage. They require databases as well. So the container storage interface is that standard mechanism for exposing block and file storage to containerized workloads. From the parts of teams, there are decisions regarding, when you take into account what type of application it is, what kind of storage you need, what storage will best suit that application, and then how do you make that available to the Kubernetes clusters. So this is a view here of what Nutanix really brings to the table, and I've kind of singled out that cloud-native applications are an important and a growing focus for us in terms of figuring out workloads to support with our technology stack. So we offer hyper-converged infrastructure solution that organizations can deploy that include a set of integrated data services, a database as a service solution as well. And this is really positioned as infrastructure that by way of how it's architected is ideal for Kubernetes. And it offers operators like a very easy and kind of intuitive experience in deploying and how it's managed and how you're able to deliver the kinds of resources that you would need to when running Kubernetes on-prem, and especially in the case where you're supporting development teams. So that's really I would say central to our value proposition is that HCI is uniquely suited to Kubernetes and large-scale distributed environments like that, and that it really brings together a lot of the components that you would otherwise have to spend a lot of time configuring and figuring out how to get that right. But here it's integrated, and we have a full-featured CSI where you can connect storage to your stateful applications and your Kubernetes pods. So more specifically, what you see here are the layers of the stack that comprise the Nutanix cloud platform. So beginning with our hyperconverged infrastructure, AOS is our really kind of the management piece of that. And then on top of that, we have data services that address the three major types of storage, databases as a service, and then our hypervisor, AHV. And so the kind of stack that you would build here, and that I'm showing you at the top for Kubernetes management, OpenShift, which is our preferred container management and DevOps solution. And this is a partnered solution, which I'll go into in more detail. But the stack, as you see here, is ideal for running, I would say, like any Kubernetes distribution. And we do see there to be a lot of preference in terms of which distribution. Is it a commercially available one, like OpenShift or Rancher? Is it a solution offered by some of the hyperscaler cloud providers? Again, there are advantages to that because the ability to extend your public cloud-based Kubernetes environment to on-prem infrastructure is something that we see a lot of customers asking for. So again, having infrastructure that's easily deployable, easily managed will just make that whole kind of cloud-native journey much smoother through your day zero, day one operations, and then it ultimately is there to to scale and provide the resources that are necessary. Kubernetes does not consume, it consumes resources in a way that legacy infrastructure, you will in many cases struggle to make storage available and to scale it and manage it. So there's a distinct advantage here. As I mentioned, our data services are fully integrated, and our CSI allows you to connect files and volumes. Those are our two storage solutions for file and block storage. And then object storage is connected in a bit of a different way, an S3 compatible API. And then we have a product called Era, which is our database as a service, and that's for modern applications. If you've built a stack with Nutanix, and let's say you're running OpenShift or Rancher on top of that, then you're easily able to consume databases that you can run on a VM, let's say, and then have your containerized workloads consume them. Again, our stack will support both virtualized, monolithic applications running on VMs and containerized applications, which is an advantage. You're really able to get, really able to maximize the use of your infrastructure for different types of applications. So what hyperconverged infrastructure means, when you're simply adding nodes, you don't have to do a whole lot of upfront planning. The advantage here is that you can pool your storage across nodes. You can scale performance or capacity or even both. There's a lot of flexibility here, and so if you're not able to, to undertake these big planning cycles, you pretty much do this on the fly. And we offer features where, as you can see here on the next slide, you can just mix and match different node types, and data is rebalanced across the whole cluster here. So big advantage if again, if you don't want to have to spend a lot of time planning and doing a lot of I like the term undifferentiated heavy lifting to manage your infrastructure. If you want it to work in a very seamless and turnkey way, this is a big advantage to you. And on that same note, undergoing exercise where you're patching and upgrading nodes, we really make that incredibly easy. That's something that Nutanix sort of built its reputation on, is just the simplicity of infrastructure management and how intuitive the UI is to use. This is really ideal where if you don't have a lot of time or available expertise to do this, these are all kinds of tasks that are, I'd say, largely push button. And, that just allows you to focus more on building and deploying the applications that are important to your business. So at the end of July 2021, we announced a formal alliance with Red Hat. And that was a really big deal for customers because we had been hearing throughout our customer base that it was critical to be able to run RHEL in a certified environment. And obviously, as the leading and most widespread Linux distribution, there was like very broad interest and demand for that. But also for OpenShift, being the top Kubernetes management and DevOps platform. So we now have a few joint solutions based on these mutually certified components, where OpenShift running on the Nutanix Cloud Platform is a complete stack. So we're bringing to the table our hyper-converged infrastructure, our data services, and virtualization. But now you have RHEL certified to run on AHV and vice versa, and OpenShift running on this platform. We are actively working with Red Hat to enhance the interoperability of those two main components. And one of the ways that we're doing that is to address the installation of OpenShift, where in many cases it's sort of a complex undertaking, but we are working on an IPI installer that will make this a much more turnkey experience for users. And so currently, it's possible to deploy OpenShift using a blueprint in Calm. This is one of our offerings that is for cloud automation lifecycle management. That's available currently, and then our IPI installer, I believe, will be out in a few months. So there's going to be continued collaboration, both in terms of interoperability and joint support. So this is something that we offer customers, and then essentially coming to market with an infrastructure that's uniquely suited to Kubernetes and how Kubernetes works. I think this will be a big advantage going forward. So that's pretty much the end of my talk. Just to wrap it up, if you would like some more information, we have more detail on our joint solution available on our website. And at this point, I'm really happy to answer questions that come through the chat here.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation, Sean. This is really exciting what y'all are doing there. Red Hat, I wasn't aware of this partnership. One of the aware as well. So really cool innovations coming out of Nutanix. While we take questions from the audience, I'm just going to bring up a poll for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about Nutanix? And we want to get everyone's feedback on that. And so let's see, lots of good questions coming in. If you have a question about the Nutanix solution, now is the time to ask it. I'm just going to go ahead and start with this one here. They're wanting to know, can Nutanix HCI run VMs and containers on the same environment?
Yeah, as I mentioned, that is one of the advantages of the stack that we've put together. Is that with RHEL running on AHV, you can certainly host let's call it traditional applications or monolithic applications that run on VMs in the same infrastructure as you would, and I believe OpenShift supports that as well.
Excellent. And then here's another one that's interesting. They're asking how is Nutanix Kubernetes Engine or NKE different from OpenShift?
Yeah, good question. I hadn't. I probably shouldn't. I probably should have elaborated a little bit more that Nutanix has its own homegrown Kubernetes management solution called NKE, and this is an integrated part of our hypervisor, meaning that when you buy Nutanix and deploy it, you can simply turn it on, and that gives you the ability to configure and deploy clusters in Kubernetes. And we cover a lot of the core Kubernetes management capabilities. And really, this is positioned as like a very intuitive on-ramp to Kubernetes. So for example, if you're just getting started and you're looking to build a small cluster, to run some applications and test it out, get some Kubernetes experience under your belt, that's a great way to start. What OpenShift offers, again, I think given its breadth of functionality and the fact that it's already kind of a mainstay for cloud native enterprises, that as you progress and you'll want to have the ability to serve your developers with a full pipeline and tooling and some of the other important features around a container management platform like security, a multi-cloud control plane. That's really where OpenShift comes in. So I would say, roughly speaking, that NKE is the on-ramp to Kubernetes and giving you some of the basic functionality, and then as your cloud native practices mature and grow more sophisticated, I think OpenShift is the more suitable platform there. So they're really complementary in some ways.
Got it. Yeah, thanks for clarifying that. And then what about, does Nutanix support hybrid or multi-cloud Kubernetes?
Yeah, the short answer is yes, but that would be within the context of our joint solution of OpenShift on the Nutanix cloud platform, because OpenShift will give you that multi-cloud control plane. So you can have that. You can run OpenShift, I believe, in the public cloud and elsewhere, and you have management capabilities through that control plane.
Excellent. Well, Sean, I'm afraid that's all the time we have for Q&A. If folks want to get started with Nutanix, what do you recommend?
Well, I would definitely recommend having a look at our website. We have a whole cloud native page on, that features a lot of the themes of what I've talked about and how HCI is really ideally suited to Kubernetes. You could learn more about NKE. And we also have a test drive experience. And test drive really gives you a kind of a hands-on walk through a lot of the things that you would do with Nutanix. So through our management console, and more specifically, you can get an NKE test drive that allows you to walk through configuring a Kubernetes cluster, configuring storage and high availability for that cluster. You really see, what you can do with our platform.
Excellent. Yeah, test drive sounds like a great opportunity for folks to try this out, see it for themselves. Sean, I'm afraid that's all the time we have here in our live Q&A. There's some more technical questions there for you in the electronic queue. Thank you so much for being on the Megacast today.
Thanks for having me.
For more information on Nutanix, check out the Handouts tab, and I'll leave the poll question up there while I announce our next prize winner. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Eric Chang from New Jersey. Congratulations. And with that, let's move on now to our next presentation on the Megacast. I'm excited to welcome Liran Tal, Director for Developer Relations at Snyk. Liran, take it away.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining my talk. Are we forever doomed by software supply chain risks? If you joined this talk, it probably means that you care about software and you care about software security. Most of all, you are curious like I am, how does the open source software supply chain security impact all of us? And so if you care about open source software security, then this talk is for you and you're exactly at the right place. Let's take a moment to reflect on this picture. When you look at this photograph, what comes to your mind? Is it a futuristic outlook of our world, or perhaps the uprising of our robot overload? For me, I ask myself, how much does this robot in that picture learns about my child, and where does all of that information go to? Where is it stored? Is it stored safely? I think about things like, where does this robot get its software updates from? And well, is it possible that this upstream source of this software versioning, for example, can be compromised? What can happen if it gets compromised? What is the impact to my child and that sort of interaction? What is the probability that someone is able to just hack in through this robot situation and watch over the video feed, or maybe interact with my child? These are some of the things that keep me up at night, and they're all related about software supply chain security concerns. So today, I would like to share with you some real-world stories of, first of all, how developers play a fundamental role in recent and growing security incidents, why you should care about software supply chain security, and leave you off to think about where do you put your trust. Let's get started. In case you had a doubt, we're seeing more and more open source software being developed. Year after year, open source software repositories are growing with more and more open source software footprints across different ecosystems. They're all growing. Java, Maven, Maven Central, NPM, NuGet, PyPI, they're all growing all the time. More of us software engineers are getting accustomed to the ways of open source software community contribution. More of us are becoming maintainers of open source software, collaborators in one way or another. That growth of open source software doesn't come without any risks. We're continuously witnessing the growth of security vulnerabilities in open source software ecosystems like NPM, like Java, like others. These are everything from CVE-based security vulnerabilities that need to be addressed by those of us who may be impacted by specific package versions, and all the way out of those normal, regular security vulnerabilities, all the way up into incidents of malicious packages hitting everything from the software supply chain, like NPM registries, like GitHub repositories, like actions, like CI/CD systems, compromising all of them, and essentially making all of that malicious impact back into us, into developers, targeting us who rely on open source package ecosystems. Funding for open source software projects is typically dire. In 2019, developer Andres Stoltz collected data from Open Collective and GitHub to assess project revenues. Over 50% of projects could sustain their maintainers above the poverty line. That's kind of where it is. The OpenSSL, as an example, the OpenSSL Software Foundation has just 2 supporters under its corporate sponsorship program. Each of them is committing around $5,000 each. That's about it. It also picks up some donations via GitHub sponsors. That's for OpenSSL, which is a software project that powers the internet. But what do we mean when we say this is critically important? Well, let's say, what does critical infrastructure look like? For example, the cyber attack forced the shutdown of US's largest oil pipeline. That happened. The thing is, as we learned by Thompson's Trojan horse story dating back from 1984, developers have been targeted as a vehicle to distribute malware and backdoors for a long time. Now let's explore some of these incidents like this Thompson story. Let's rewind back in time to get an early glimpse of how one developer perceived risks of open source software way back then, when open source was just starting out. We're talking about 1984. The Turing Award-winning Ken Thompson wrote a short essay titled Reflections on Trusting Trust. In this paper, he describes how he added a backdoor to the Unix C login program. Then he went on and continued to add a backdoor to the C compiler that compiles the login program. But then if someone looks at the compiler code, they may find it. How do compilers get to compile programs? Well, you need to compile the program. So he then further continued this chain of attack by essentially ending up backdooring the compiler that compiles the compiler of the login C program. That is the top of the chain where he added that backdoor. And this revelation of how software can be taught, essentially, like to learn specific traits, then he passed them on to their spawns, their programs that get created out of them. He explains in this paper how software can essentially remain without a trace of a Trojan horse because of the dangers that people put their trust in specific areas. They may trust the C login program. They may trust the compiler code. If they don't trust the compiler code, maybe they trust the compiler that compiles the compiler code, and so on and so on. So everything from the application code and all the way up to the compiler, the assembler, the CPU, my keyboard, my mouse here, this camera, everything comes from somewhere. That is essentially the supply chain. And we have to put our trust somewhere. That is the risk that we are taking. These are the risks day to day. Let's talk about the event stream, more and more real world stories. Event stream incident. Back in 2018, the JavaScript ecosystem witnessed its first high impacted, spearheaded surgical attack targeting maintainers and developers working in open source, and themselves being used as an attack vehicle to distribute malicious JavaScript code that was designed to decrypt itself and run in a specific environment targeting developers of a Bitcoin wallet application. This was the well-known event stream incident, and I highly recommend going into it, reading the whole thing. I'll give you a brief here of summary of events of what happened, basically a post-mortem. Event stream started and existed on NPM JS registry since 2011. Practically didn't receive any new releases in the last 2 years of this incident happening, but it gained millions of downloads per week. Out of the blue, a person shows up on a GitHub repository, opening an issue and wanting to help, as is customary in open source software. They further contribute code with several pull requests, open issues, and then they also create another pull request that adds a dependency into event stream owned package dependency tree that they control. It is supposedly with a genuine intent to improve the code base for event stream. But a few weeks later, they added a code payload inside the dependency that they added now to event stream, which injects malware into a specific Bitcoin wallet application called Copay. That Copay wallet application used event stream as part of its build system for the application itself. And so now all the developers on their machines in the CI building this Copay app and using this open source event stream dependency are now being tainted by this malware, because essentially downloading now new versions of event stream would actually give you the malware and the backdoor in it. This had gone unnoticed for almost 3 months, resulting with 2 versions released of the Copay Bitcoin app. That, of course, included the malware. This is where we ended. An academic research paper published in 2019 investigated these properties of language-based software ecosystems and found that 61% of open source packages on NPM could be considered abandoned because they did not receive any release in the prior 12 months, showing us how event stream package would have been classified, for example, as an abandoned package in such research. Indeed. As if we didn't learn anything from the event stream incident, 1 year later on the NPM JS ecosystem, another JavaScript project called Electron Native Notify, that incident took place. What happened? Let's see. Very similar. At one point in time, an existing version of Electron Native Notify has no malware in it. It's just a fine package. It does what it does. A user adds to it a dependency tree to a package to one of its dependency tree versions. Then that user goes on to release a new version of the Electron package, which now includes the malware. The result, the Agama crypto wallet, is built with the most recent version of the upstream EasyDex package that now includes the malware. Sound familiar? Exactly the same thing 1 year later. This security incident also took place in the real world. So going through all of this, essentially what we should learn that supply chain security is existing in different places. But wait, is it just the JavaScript ecosystem? Is it just web developers? Let's see. Another story. This is the Sourmint malware. Software supply chain concerns aren't just open source related. Actually, we have witnessed it extending to mobile app store ecosystems. This is from a Snyk-led security research in the CocoaPod's mobile applications ecosystem, identified a malware in the Mintegral Ad SDK. This is the story of one Mintegral mobile SDK that is used for advertising attribution for mobile applications and was downloaded more than 1.2 billion times a month. It is integrated into 3,000 applications. These downloads are all of us, users of various mobile applications that their developers are using this mobile SDK, downloaded from official App Store sources. What Snyk found interesting is that this SDK had proprietary obfuscated piece of code hooked into sensitive and careful system APIs on mobile operating systems, which shouldn't be commonly used. So this really alerted a potential suspicious behavior, which Snyk also started investigating and looking what was going on there. So what did it essentially do? It intercepted all HTTP requests, and then to avoid detection, the SDK detects things like debuggers and jailbroken devices. And lastly, Snyk found that the SDK installs a backdoor used as a command and control remote instance for anyone else all over the world to just use. Now, this has to be something that we think about very, very deeply. How much thought are we giving to the security of our own development infrastructure? Resources like our cloud instances, our staging environments, our build and continuous integration tooling, which we as developers use as a daily basis. Here's a story. In January 2021, a security researcher broke into Microsoft Visual Studio GitHub repository. I use Visual Studio Code. It's an amazing project. It's an amazing idea. I love it. Essentially, in this research, the security researcher, what they were able to do is that breaking into the repository has essentially provided him with the capabilities of making code modifications to the popular and very well-loved IDE, just like me and a lot of other developers here. So how did it happen? Due to a command injection flaw that was made possible as a valid attack vector of a regular expression. Who doesn't like a good regular expression? So simply by opening a new code pull request, the researcher was now able to execute code that the VS Code CI scripts were running without requiring any sort of authentication or authorization checks. Now, this essentially led to remote reverse shells on those CI servers running in the cloud. And from there, basically the ability to gain push and write access to the repository itself, to modify the source code, to alter and send new commits into the Git underlying source code versioning system. Fortunately for all of us, this researcher responsibly reported this flaw to Microsoft before any advanced threat we know of, threat actors could exploit it. So this got closed. I would say, unfortunately for us though, not all supply chain security attacks end up in responsible disclosure, and some of them hit us hard, like really painfully. So was the case of April's 2021 disclosure of CodeCov's supply chain security incident. On April 15, 2021, it was reported that an unauthorized access to a Google Cloud storage key allowed a malicious actor to alter the version of CodeCov's bash uploader script. Now, CodeCov, if you haven't heard of it, is a code quality tool used by many developers. I use it myself in some of my projects. It's a very well-known project across the JavaScript ecosystem, but also across other language ecosystems. And it is used to allow developers to assess code coverage and other code quality metrics. So it's a very essential tool for us. So we can learn about the extent of this incident from the Security Week opening note, which is security response professionals are scrambling to measure the fallout from a software supply chain compromise of CodeCov bash uploader that went undetected since January until, I remind you, April 15th, from January, and exposed sensitive secrets like tokens, keys, and credentials from organizations all over the world. How did CodeCov learn about the security incident involving the malicious bash uploader script? Well, on April 1st, a customer reported that the SHA-1, the SHA-1, basically the integrity signature used to sign the bash uploader, was not matching the one that was actually downloaded. So something is probably off. And so the impact was real and painful. This indeed confirmed the case. Organizations like both Twilio and HashiCorp that were impacted by this released statements of data leaks due to the CodeCov quality tool that is essentially used by developers in their CI, continuous integration systems, impacting all of us. How much do we know about the current state of open source security and what it entails? In an effort to explore the security awareness of the Python and JavaScript open source ecosystems and communities, a group of researchers investigated how maintainers work in open source community with regards to their ability to mitigate security vulnerabilities. One of the research questions was, how quickly do open source maintainers mitigate a newly published security vulnerability? Well, the research found that it takes about 100 days on average for both JavaScript and Python maintainers to start mitigating a public vulnerability, a publicly known vulnerability that is disclosed to them. The question is that fast enough for you as a consumer of a given library? And if we examine the number of commits that mitigate a vulnerability, out of the total number of commits that we can see, Python has more consistent track of security mitigation, whereas the JavaScript community was largely inactive in this regard until 2018. So this research and this specific insight kind of demonstrates the low levels of AppSec awareness around the JavaScript open source ecosystem in these early years before 2018, before it became more prevalent and known as vulnerabilities are part of your day-to-day activities, responsibilities. As a case study, we can actually refer to Marked own security vulnerability from several years back. Now, if you haven't heard of Marked is a markdown parser for the web. It means that it can help you take in markdown syntax and push it out, parse it out as HTML and push it out to a web page. It is downloaded millions of times a week. One of the most popular libraries for these purposes in the JavaScript and NPM ecosystem in general. But one day, a security researcher opened a code pull request, which reports and fixes an XSS vulnerability. That pull request also added tests for future code regressions, so like we can find them very quickly if that happens in the next version, as well as proof of concept examples showcasing what this cross-site scripting vulnerability can actually turn into. How can it be used? Except, as is with open source software, maintainers are really just trying to do their best, but they can't be there all the time for all of us, right? There are no legal or contracting obligations for them to actually support us. So this vulnerability was left out in the open with no fix for a whole year. The security issue and proposed code fix was open in 2015, but was only merged and made available as an official release in 2016. Showing you how far and how long does it take for a security vulnerability to get fixed in an open source ecosystem. One case, there are many others that are much better, but this is one case, and it's enough to be that one case of millions of downloads, millions of users impacted that may impact us as well. So who do you trust? When we're all so very much dependent on open source software, and we can't ignore the question of where do we put our trust? Where do I put my trust as a developer? And what are some mitigations and security controls to help us cope with the risk involved? In 2017, a security researcher working with the Node.js Foundation conducted a research in which he wanted to assess the state of weak NPM credentials used by maintainers and developers on the npm.js registry. His work revealed devastating truths with regards to developers' lack of security hygiene to their accounts. For example, this security researcher was able to gain publish access to 14% of npm.js ecosystem modules. Some of these modules are downloaded tens of millions of times a week. They are an essential key part of this thriving JavaScript ecosystem. The problem was rooted with insecure passwords chosen by well-known maintainer accounts, actually. For example, literally the word password as an account password for a maintainer, which had a package that received millions of downloads. That happened. What could have happened if this was a malicious actor doing this? Instead of a white hat hacker, a security researcher. I'll let you think about that while we move to a different item. For code packages can reach thousands of millions of developers, shouldn't we have more protections in place? For example, as citizens of open source communities, can we do better to improve our own security of the account hygiene that we have? Let's see. npm.js, the largest registry of open source software packages, spanning 1.5 million packages to date. I think it's 1.7, 1.8. It's growing all the time. Open source is growing. It's supported two-factor authentication since the end of 2017. Despite all of the security incidents, compromised accounts, awareness that we're doing, right, like this talk, right, about how important security is, how important the supply chain security is, happening throughout all of those years since 2017. In 2019, only 7.1% of NPM package maintainers have enabled 2FA, only a 2% growth. Unfortunately, the software supply chain security story isn't resonating with developers because in 2020, 2FA enabled accounts have only grown by merely 2% to approximately 9% of developer accounts on NPM. So 2017, 2019, and 2020, we're seeing an increase from 6 to 7% to only about 9% of all NPM accounts. These days, npm.js has actually went through a campaign of essentially forcing accounts of top modules maintainers, the first 100 and the first 500 and the first 1,000 of modules, the top modules on NPM, to actually force the use of two-factor authentication. And that is the direction that we need. And we need everyone across different ecosystems to do the same, to ensure that the supply chain security actually exists to protect all of us. So can we really deny being a part of an open source ecosystem? As consumers, contributors, collaborators, maybe even maintainers, we all play a part in a world where 90% of application code that we build is made up of open source components. We reach the point where we take open source for granted. Open source registries are open in their nature and allow developers to openly push their packages to them. What happens when maintainers pull the rug off of our feet and stop maintaining a library, or worse, completely remove a library altogether? That is exactly the story of what happened in 2016 when a maintainer pulled tens of their open source packages from npm.js. One of them was actually a pivotal package called leftpad that essentially broke a lot of builds over the internet, and many projects and CIs during install processes just broke down. At the very least, this incident showed us two things. One, the weakness in how businesses fail to manage their open source software in a good way. And secondly, how registries did not foresee this as a problem and so were not designed to handle these circumstances. What kind of malicious activities and assets can we track back to open source ecosystems? Time after time, we find more and more malicious packages hitting the NPM ecosystem. Misspelled packages, typo squatting attack, perhaps someone planted that as part of my nested dependency like we've seen with event stream and other incidents that we've heard about. How about malicious packages that are not just hitting us on the JavaScript ecosystem, but are also part of the PyPI registry and impacting Python developers as well? To further show us how attackers can harness open source to their advantage, we have this research from Alex Bershon just back in February 2021 about how we exploited design flaws in package managers, registries, and human error to infiltrate into corporations such as Apple, Microsoft, and others with this research. So I would like to leave you with the following questions to ponder upon. Are we going to have less or more software in the future? Are we going to use less or more software in the future, more open source software specifically? Who do you trust? Well, thank you for coming to my talk. I hope you enjoyed the event. My name is Liran Tal. I'm a developer advocate at Snyk, where we build a security platform to help developers build securely with open source software. Thank you again for joining and have a great time.
Great presentation. Thank you so much, Liron. Really learned a lot about Snyk and the challenges around open source security. It sounds like Snyk could really help in that area. We've got a lot of great questions coming in. If you have a question, now's the time to get it in. The experts from Snyk are standing by. And I've just put up the poll question for everyone out there. We do want to get your feedback here on the poll. What additional information would you like about Snyk? And with that, I am going to hand it off to Mr. Scott Becker to announce our next set of prizes. Scott?
Thanks, David. Yeah, great job so far. Really interesting sessions. And yeah, now on to our next round of winners. So the winner of the next $500 Amazon gift card is Diane Kimberling of Illinois. And the winner of our next Apple M1 MacBook Air laptop grand prize is Reggie Fisher of Alabama. So congratulations to Diane and to Reggie. We'll be in touch about claiming your prizes. And I'm going to leave the poll up here for just one more second. So if you were thinking about hitting it and you haven't, go ahead and put your answer in. Okay, and I am going to click on to our next presentation. So our next presentation in the Wrangling the Cloud Megacast comes from NetApp, and presenting for NetApp is Robert Cox, Senior Public Cloud Marketing Manager. And now I'm going to turn things over to Robert. Robert, take it away.
Today, I'm going to be going over optimizing your Google Cloud experience for enterprise applications. My name is Robert Cox, Public Cloud Marketing Manager at NetApp. I'm really happy to have this opportunity to talk about NetApp and Google Cloud and how to move further and faster using NetApp and Google Cloud together. Today, digital transformation tops the strategic agenda in most organizations. Leaders are under tremendous pressure to harness today's wealth of data and apply it to create new value across the entire organization, all within limited time, skills, and budget. 91% of executives are prioritizing application initiatives focused on modernization, with the cloud being a key driver. What this really shows is how much demand there is for cloud providers like Google Cloud, and how many customers are planning to move or are moving their applications either in a hybrid scenario or a full cloud one, or a variety of those scenarios into the cloud. Now, if you're saying to yourself, who is NetApp? Or what does NetApp have to do with the cloud? I get it. We try and get the word out there, but it's hard to reach everyone. In fact, building a hybrid multi-cloud data fabric is not something new to NetApp. We have been at it for years now, and we have helped thousands of our customers across all industries move, manage, and protect their data in the cloud. NetApp can help any application from any source move into any cloud quickly with minimal dedicated cloud skills. I know this is about Google Cloud, but you should know that we do this across all three of the major cloud providers. Now, for most companies, data used to be the enabler of business performance. Now, data is the business. Vendors that help customers manage and safeguard their data in the hybrid cloud will lead the next era of IT. With the new predominance of data, how customers manage and consume data is also changing. According to IDC, by the end of this year, 40% of all data stored will be stored in the cloud. NetApp is in a very strong and unique position to help our customers optimize their applications in the cloud, whichever cloud provider or providers you work with. Now let's talk about our partnership with Google Cloud. The reality is that Google Cloud, like other major clouds, provides a fantastic platform for a variety of services. But they do not answer every single addressable issue for a customer for a variety of technical solutions. It could be for big data, analytics, storage. It could be for a variety of things, and Google Cloud recognizes this. This is why they created an open platform, a very easy to work with platform that really nurtures an ISV or a technology partner to come in and help make a great solution even better. And that's what NetApp actually is doing with Google Cloud. We announced our strategic partnership with Google Cloud in 2018, starting off with helping customers with file services, things like NFS exports, SMB shares, application data, unstructured data, those kinds of things. And then moving on from there with application things like SAP and SQL Server, etc. Being able to provide application performance enhancements, data protection enhancements, capabilities that make those applications run even better and provide more value into them so that the customers can do more with them. That really has been the crux of our relationship with Google Cloud over the years, taking a really great solution that Google Cloud has provided and then being able to augment that with our cloud services, data protection solutions, etc., to be able to improve on those and really make a very powerful 1-2 punch so that customers have an absolute great solution they can use to solve their business challenges. Moving on to today, where we have a portfolio of cloud services that is either baked into Google Cloud natively, like Cloud Volume Service, or is available by way of the marketplace. You can deploy these in just a few minutes and have them up and running. I'll cover these products more as we go along with the presentation. One final thing to touch on here, and just to kind of circle the wagons around the idea that we have been working with Google Cloud for many years, we've won numerous Partner of the Year awards. You'll see those here. I say all of this just to reinforce the fact that we have been working very closely with Google Cloud and will continue to do so in the future. A real common question I get when talking with customers is, why do I need NetApp when I move into the cloud? Why would I consider using anything outside of the cloud ecosystem? And that's a great question. Using Google Cloud as an example, usually Google Cloud will have multiple ways to solve a problem. Let's take storage as an example. I have things like object storage or block storage available to me to store my data. I could use their file store, a shared file service, or I could use Cloud Volume Service. The thing I'm driving at here is that Google themselves provide multiple ways to solve a problem. There's not necessarily always going to be a specific solution for a problem every time because every problem tends to be a little bit different, depending on what your requirements might be. And again, this is what makes Google Cloud so great. It's because based upon my needs and my requirements, I can choose from this list to solve my problems in a variety of different ways. We work with Google Cloud, and they're a great partner in this. To be able to solve a customer's problem, meet their needs, instead of shoehorning them into a solution that doesn't necessarily fit all or meet all the requirements. The default is not necessarily the best for all use cases, is what I'm trying to say here. With NetApp solutions inside of Google Cloud, we help you solve a specific challenge, like I'm trying to do something that needs a lot of data protection or a lot of performance, or I need to drive down my cost, I need better availability at a lower price point, those kinds of things. This is what we're doing in terms of our vision towards solving challenges for our customers, and this is how the cloud provides to us a ways and means. Let's talk about a few scenarios that customers are looking at in terms of Google Cloud, what Google can do for your business. Every customer is going to be different. Every scenario here is going to be a little different in terms of what's going to make sense for a business or for a business unit to be able to get all the benefits of the cloud. The first one is infrastructure modernization. This is where customers are taking entire data centers and they're moving it into Google Cloud, whole hog, the entire thing. The next one would be hybrid cloud. This is kind of using the best of both worlds, if you will. So here, I'm taking some workloads at the edge for the data center, and those are going to stay there, but they're going to have connectivity or access to applications and services running inside the cloud. And the third is going to be Google Cloud Native. These are applications and services that are born in the cloud, and that's where they run, and they have maybe little or no connectivity to any edge or data center whatsoever. So there's multiple scenarios here that customers are going to typically experience or take advantage of based on their business needs. Let's dive into each of these now. Let's talk about the first scenario. This is going to be your infrastructure modernization model. You've heard the term exiting the data center. This is definitely one of those categories. We are seeing uptake for this scenario. Organizations looking to collapse data centers to reduce the footprint or move out altogether. It could be a financial decision to reduce capital expenditures and move to a more operational expenditure model. It could be a variety of things. One of the common themes you see with this model is I'm going to have a large amount of infrastructure and data that needs to move from on-prem to the cloud. There's going to be compute, virtual machines, physical servers, etc., that are all going to need to be moved into Google Cloud. And there's going to be a lot of data sitting in databases or file shares, object storage, those kinds of things that a customer is going to need to be able to pick up and put into a new location. We have a few things we offer in this space that offer a ton of value. And there's two different scenarios in that vein that we can do. So first off is with your replicating from NetApp engineered systems, virtual or physical, to Google Cloud. We can handle this really well with NetApp SnapMirror to Cloud Volumes ONTAP, which is a virtual appliance which you spin up by way of our Cloud Manager service. It allows you to spin up virtual machine inside of the region of your choice, be able to have that instance up and ready, and then have that available so that you can start moving your data sets from on-prem into the cloud. The second piece here is going to be pretty much for any other type of system that's not NetApp. And we use a solution we have called Cloud Sync for those scenarios. Meaning I'm copying from maybe a PowerScale system, maybe I'm copying from optical storage, or maybe I'm copying from a physical Linux machine or Windows server, something in that category where I don't have a NetApp to NetApp type of replication. I'm going to use a file-based copy solution and what Cloud Sync does is it does very well. Again, pretty much everything I'm going to be talking about here you can find on our website, cloud.netapp.com. In terms of either getting more information or just trying these services out on your own, within a few minutes, Cloud Sync is able to do file to file, from file to object, and kind of any permutation. So super versatile, very flexible, and easy to use. The thing to keep in mind is that you're looking to move data into Google Cloud. There are a lot of other tools that are available as well. I'm not telling you to not use those tools. In many cases, what I'm saying is that we are, like I mentioned on the prior slide, better together. So again, NetApp can help infrastructure modernization's biggest burden, which is, I've got a lot of data to move and not a lot of time to move it. Let's move on from here and talk about hybrid cloud. This is a scenario where customers are taking advantage of edge or data center or whatever that permutation might be and Google Cloud to solve one or more business problems. This is very much a real thing. We see many customers going this route where they are connecting data centers to Google Cloud to solve business challenges. They're not leveraging the cloud just for the sake of moving to the cloud. They're using that as a way to address a need to solve a problem, those kinds of things. In that regard, talking about a few things we have in our portfolio that really speak to this model of a cloud-connected data center would be things like Cloud Manager. So Cloud Manager is a hub for NetApp that we provide to the customer that can be used to drive a variety of scenarios for data protection, for deployments, and new services. Inside Cloud Manager, we can stand up Cloud Volumes ONTAP. We referred to that a few minutes ago with SnapMirror. Again, SnapMirror in hybrid cloud is a great use case. I can use SnapMirror with Cloud Volumes ONTAP to replicate data from my edge to my core inside of Google Cloud for data movement. I could use this as a way to speed up my development and acceptance testing. Maybe I want to spin up a very large workload inside of the cloud with my production data spun off to a bunch of virtual machines with hundreds or thousands of cores running inside of a Google Cloud region to do some testing and then turn it off when I'm done. Those kinds of scenarios is really what makes hybrid cloud shine. Another solution here, kind of speaking to that, would be global file cache. And this is a solution we provide, and that's available through Cloud Manager, where you can spin up a copy of your data set, your golden copy of your data, if you will, inside of Google Cloud natively, store your data there inside of the cloud, but also be able to replicate that data to your edge, your remote office sites. This is a service where I can have intelligent cache at the edge while locking all the good stuff for my Windows-based workloads, but while I still maintain a golden copy of my data inside of my Google Cloud region of choice. Again, taking advantage of the best of both worlds. Be able to keep my data close to the hip, if you will, inside a region that gives me all the benefits of security, compliance, etc., while at the same time being able to replicate a copy of that out so my remote office workers, my warehouse, my manufacturing plants still have access to the data and can access it rapidly because they're working off a local copy. It's being intelligently replicated back between that location and my central Google Cloud region. So lots of good stuff here in terms of hybrid cloud. Okay, let's move on to the final scenario, Google Cloud Native. This would be scenarios where we are developing applications that are running inside the cloud. Now, this could be nothing more than me standing up a virtual machine and deploying Apache web services on that and exposing that to the internet, and I have a web server. That would be Google Cloud Native. It's running inside of Google Cloud. But it doesn't have to be that simplistic, though. It could also be something where I perhaps move to more of a modern application type of development, where I'm compartmentalizing those monolithic applications, breaking them up into multiple chunks that are more manageable with containers, with Kubernetes as an orchestration for those containers. Using things like Google Cloud Kubernetes Engine as a way to do that at scale without having to manage the Kubernetes services, we can provide tons of value for whichever way you decide to go here. We have plenty of customers who are running applications inside of virtual machines, all in Google Cloud, and they're all Google Cloud native. It fits the bill. We have plenty of customers who are going the modern application route, and they are virtualizing applications inside of containers, and they're running on that model as well. We also have customers that are moving to GCVE solutions inside of Google, and they're running their applications data from NFS and SMB shares from, say, NetApp Cloud Volume Service. Cloud Volume Service is a great service that is a joint NetApp and Google Cloud service supported by Google. What this provides to you, the customer, is the ability to spin up hundreds of terabytes if you want of NFS or SMB shares for my application data, for my database services, for my file shares, for applications, for my user shares, even my departmental shares, etc. It is a fully orchestrated, fully managed by Google Cloud. I can automate it end to end, either using the UI or REST APIs, Terraform, Ansible, so it fully plugs into the Google Cloud programmatic model so that I can automate these things end to end, and in many cases, I can incorporate it into what I'm doing today inside of Google Cloud as far as deploying new applications, deploying new services. If I'm choosing to do that vis-a-vis GitHub or whatever, I can incorporate CVS into that workflow for storage quickly and easily. The last thing to talk about here is Astra Control. Astra Control is a solution we developed around Kubernetes. It supports the Google Cloud Kubernetes services today, as well as some others. It provides really efficient, data-rich protection for stateful-based applications running inside Kubernetes. So things like MariaDB or MySQL or Postgres, all other services like that where I have persistent data that's going to be running as part of that application stack. I'm going to want to protect because I care about it. I want to make sure I can get it back and it is consistent state should there be a problem with my container, those kinds of things. So to bring it back to our portfolio of cloud services for Google Cloud, we're here to make the customer experience on Google Cloud better using NetApp in the cloud so he can have a full experience. Not only can he have data center enterprise grade storage in the cloud, but he can do all the things there that he would normally do and he wants to do in a data center, from data protection to optimization, tiering, sync to the cloud, consolidation with global file cache. He can have the kind of security that he ought to have with compliance capabilities through Cloud Data Sense to figure out where all my data is, what resource is it on, how much of the storage I'm buying that's not even used, what data resources that I have that haven't even been accessed in 6, 9, or 12 months, and what data on those file systems or databases or even object buckets have information that could expose me to things like HIPAA or GDPR, sensitive stuff. And how do I protect myself against ransomware on those things by using something like Cloud Secure, which can denote anomalies, activities that tell me if it appears that somebody creating or a ransomware attack. And I can manage the whole environment with Cloud Manager. I mean, that's an incredible story that nobody else can tell. All right, so let's talk about a few takeaways here, and then we'll wrap things up. And first and foremost, we are a huge fan of Google Cloud. 5 years and counting, great, strong relationship, and that's going to continue. We make Google Cloud better. Google Cloud is a great platform. We are enhancing that with our storage-savvy cloud services, know-how, and also around ONTAP with NetApp Cloud Volume Service, with all these things that we provide inside this space to just round out the edges, make things more palatable, solve problems in a creative way for customers. And on that note, we're just getting warmed up. We have been working with Google Cloud, adding so many products to the portfolio around Google Cloud, and there's no slowing us down. We will be announcing even more solutions over the next few months. We're super excited about that and looking to share more with you in the near future. Okay, so if you want to try NetApp Cloud Volumes platform for yourself, we have 2 no-risk free trials that you can sign up for today. To learn more, simply go to cloud.netapp.com/Google. And if you want to stay connected, you can follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can check out our NetApp TV site at www.netapp.tv. Think Netflix, but for people interested in IT and cloud topics. And if you want to reach out to me, here you see my email and LinkedIn information. All right, well, that's the final slide. Thank you so much for your time today. I think now we have a little time to answer some questions.
While we see what questions we have here, I've just put up the poll question, so we appreciate your answers on what additional information you'd like from NetApp, but let's get into those questions. So, Robert, the first one we have here is about where data is stored. Does your solution have the capability for customers to choose where their data is stored? They're wondering, specifically that they would like to not store data in certain nations. Do they have that option?
Wow, yeah, that's a great question. Especially in today's climate and with government regulations, it's very important that customers have control and choice over where to store their data. And NetApp Cloud Volumes service on Google Cloud, it's built in a way that runs in a Google Cloud region, and all the regions that Google supports, we support either Cloud Volumes ONTAP or Cloud Volumes Service in, and you do have the control to determine what region you want to store your data in. And so you can choose where the data is stored, and you can prevent data from being stored in certain regions where you don't want the data to be stored in. So yes, we can do that.
Okay, super. Hey, this next question is about legacy applications. They're asking, what are some of the biggest barriers to migrating highly customized legacy applications to the cloud, and and I guess as a corollary to that, what are some best practices for overcoming those challenges?
Yeah, that's a good question too. And kind of after one of the challenges that customers face, and I talked about this in the presentation, is when you're migrating data, usually you have a lot of data. You have to move from one place from another, from on-prem and get it into Google Cloud. And NetApp has tools that can help do that, and there's also tools that are available from Google that can help customers, move and get the data into the cloud. But moving the data is just kind of the beginning of the challenge. The challenge of supporting legacy applications in the cloud is also being able to support file storage needed to run those legacy applications. And this is where kind of the story of the better together between NetApp and Google Cloud, really starts to come together, because NetApp Cloud Volumes, platform solves the problem by providing, a cloud-native file storage support, so you can run your legacy applications in Google Cloud without having to re-architect or redesign them. And that's really important for folks who just want to take something that they're running on-prem, get the benefits of, the agility of having it in the cloud, moving from a CapEx to an OpEx model, but they don't want to have to go through the work of redesigning that application. And so we can help with that.
Okay. There's a comment here from Scott who says NetApp is an awesome product. They've had a large array for many years, and they're purchasing another array this month. So thanks for that feedback, Scott. We also had a question from Kenneth, who's wondering about how is performance as the environment expands?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the performance is an important topic. And what's really nice about the NetApp Cloud Volumes platform is that as you grow the capacity, the performance increases. So you'll see, if you go out to cloud.netapp.com and look at our benchmark reports and how we report performance, we have actually multiple performance tiers like the customers can select to optimize their performance. And the performance reporting is based on per terabyte. So as you grow from 10 terabytes to 20 terabytes, the performance grows. Now it's not going to just scale linearly out forever. It does hit an upper threshold, but as you scale your capacity, your performance scales as well.
Okay. All right. Great. Well, hey, it looks like we're running out of time, Robert, but thanks for coming on and for bringing us up to speed on NetApp for this Megacast. Really appreciate it.
Yes. Well, it was my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Okay. And now it's time for our next prize drawing. And the winner of this $500 Amazon gift card is Chad Reese of Ohio. So congratulations to Chad. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And now it's time for our next presentation in the Application Environments Megacast. Our next session comes from vFunction. And presenting for vFunction is Samantha Cartwright, Vice President for Alliances. Samantha, welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. I'm really excited to present today and kick off. So excited to tell you a little bit about vFunction, what we are, and even give you a brief demo of the product. So with that being said, let's go ahead and kick off. So what is vFunction? We're an AI app modernization platform. We take monolithic Java apps, we assess them, we analyze them, we design them, and refactor them all on a single platform. First thing I want to mention is there are millions of Java apps out there. Traditionally, modernizing these, especially the highly complex one, have really been out of scope for a lot of enterprises. vFunction has really brought this legacy application backlog to the forefront, so you can actually start taking advantage of cloud-native architectures a lot sooner. So let's just jump in really quick and talk about just what is actually driving some of these modernization projects. So a lot of you want to modernize, you want to take advantage of all the benefits of the cloud, like scalability, elasticity, having shorter release cycles, meeting those security requirements. And really the last two, which I think are the biggest, is you want to innovate faster and you really want to tackle that technical debt. So the blockers below, I think we're all familiar with, but this is really what's driving vFunction platform adoption, especially to help accelerate modernization projects at scale for both the enterprise and for partners. So legacy is hard to modernize. I think we can all agree on that. A lot of times the projects, they either get started or they end up stalling out. A lot of this is because of complexity. So you have millions of lines of code to analyze, there's dependencies, there's history, and it's really hard to get a confident grasp on these applications, especially when some of them have 5 to 10 million lines of code and you're not actually correlating the data at the right point. It's near impossible to actually do this effectively without a lot of risk to yourself or your end customer if you're a partner. So modernization is expensive. A lot of this is because of lack of automation. So I'll give you 2 scenarios that we often see. So one for partners. So if you're a partner, oftentimes the cost is astronomical if you're going out to an enterprise and trying to win the business for a big modernization project. We've seen this happen a lot. If you're the enterprise, oftentimes you can't even afford it because it's so expensive, or it's this multi-year project. And again, it adds a lot of risk to the projects, and it's very, very costly for all people involved. So after you've actually spent the money, you then realize this is such a time-consuming process to actually try and refactor an app, especially because, again, the skills gap or using tools that weren't really fit for purpose. Oftentimes, we see a lot of our end customers using tools like APM or basic static code analysis tools that really are only going to give you half that picture and aren't even correlating data at the right point. And then the last one, which again is probably the biggest, that all lead up to this is risk. So many of your enterprises have built businesses around this legacy application backlog, which is probably why at this point you haven't moved a lot of it. It's risky, it could hurt the economics of your business, from bringing down critical systems to even losing productivity. So let's move on and talk a little bit about how vFunction actually addresses these market problems. So again, we've developed this platform to really fill a major gap in the market. We're a platform for developers and architects. We take monolithic Java apps, we assess them, analyze them, design them, and ultimately allow you to quickly extract them into microservices or mini services. This is completely done on the platform. Ultimately, this helps you build that repeatable factory model so you can actually deal with a broader set of applications. In some cases, we've seen our enterprises go from refactoring one over a few years to now doing it 2 to 3 applications a week. And again, this is really dependent on complexity. So again, you can onboard apps, analyze them, and continuously modernize. Now, just to summarize with the 3 numbers, so we speed up modernization efforts by 20x. Our customers often see 3x savings when they're using our platform, and then ultimately we're helping you de-risk the whole project. All right, now let's talk a little bit about the prime use cases that we usually see. These are very broad. Again, there's probably smaller ones we could talk about, but let's talk about the big 3. So customers with a broad application estate. Maybe you have a lot of applications, you don't know where to begin your journey. This platform can actually help you make decisions on what applications to start with, really based on ease and impact for your business. The other one is customers with megalithic applications. So these are the really, really big apps. They began their journey, it's slow moving, there's millions of lines of code, and maybe you don't have the right skills or expertise or tools even to actually refactor that app. And then the last one, we see this quite often. So people have began their cloud journey, maybe doing a lift and shift to start, and now you're at the point where you want to start your day 2 in the cloud modernization journey. So addressing your technical debt head on, modernizing architectures, and really starting to take advantage of those cloud native services. All right, so now let's talk a little bit about the platform. So I'll give a quick overview, and then again at the end we'll do some Q&A, but let's just start diving into actually how the platform functions. So again, you've heard me talk about this journey. So we do take you on a complete journey from assessing your applications all the way to learning of the monolithic app to actually fully functioning microservices. So the first step in the platform is what we call the base modernization hub. I'll talk about it in 2 parts. So if you're a partner, this is a great pre-sales tool to actually help you win the business. If you're an enterprise, this is a great way to start assessing multiple applications to see which ones to refactor first that would make the most impact for your business. So this is lightweight deployment. You can get up and running in 10 to 20 minutes. It's static code analysis only, but you can begin assessments on applications and get an automated report that gives you basically a technical debt breakdown, modernization recommendations based on what we call worst technical debt offenders. And again, this is really that starting point to start building that business case and figuring out what applications to refactor first. So the second step is the learn phase. So this is where you deploy the vFunction agent locally, wherever the applications are running, on-prem or in the cloud, it doesn't matter. It's important to note, though, that the data actually never leaves your network and it always stays local. So we're not a SaaS platform. But you can deploy it in pre-production or production environments, but only in pre-production you'll need to actually run tests to expose the functionality of the app. So really the goal here during this learning and assessment phase is to identify flows within the apps that would actually correlate with specific domains. When we are thinking about decomposing an app, we're looking to decompose it in such a way that makes sense, again, from that business value perspective. So does it make sense to maintain these as separate services? But what's unique here is the ability to analyze the app from the UI through the business logic to the database. And that's really the main part of the dynamic analysis. So just to stress here, if you don't understand the business logic, meaning the custom rules or algorithms that actually handle the exchange of information between the database and the user interface, it's hard to effectively modernize. It's literally the most important piece to understand the app and how it operates for the business. So after this analysis piece is done, the static analysis of the bytecode, the dynamic analysis is then merged to really present this baseline microservices architecture. So the middle part, the analysis and automation phase, this is a place where you can really start assessing the complexity of your applications to determine readiness for modernization and maybe make changes to the application. This is what we call the vFactor Hub. So it's an interactive microservices design studio where you can perform tasks on the UI like merging services, splitting services, designing, blueprinting, calculating the ROI for refactoring or re-architecting or rewriting. Again, this is all done within the UI. So once you're actually comfortable with the design, this is when you would move into that service extraction phase. To me, this is really the easiest phase of it all because you're literally just click a button and it creates a service specification file for each of the microservices. And this then provides all the information needed for the vFunction platform to create services for you. So by the end of all of these 4 phases, you have new projects, new microservices with RESTful APIs, and you're ready for deployment on any type of cloud environment or private cloud environment. So let's talk a little bit about how a typical project runs with vFunction, from assessment to POC to first app actually being refactored. So you can see here it's a pretty fast process. And then really we get you to a point where you're scaling and ready to build that repeatable factory model where you can start really refactoring at scale. And then ultimately the last phase, you're already in the cloud and now you're just continuously modernizing the app to keep them in their most efficient state. So I'm going to finish off on this and then we'll jump into a quick demo if that sounds good. So just to quickly go over our engagement model. So we work directly with the enterprise, but we also work with a lot of the hyperscalers, the GSIs, and even smaller MSP partners. With that being said, let's go ahead and dive in to get a quick view of the platform.
In this demo, I'm going to show you a quick overview of the vFunction platform. This is what we call the modernization dashboard. This is your single pane of glass or bird's eye view that allow you to manage your modernization projects. So how many applications have been created? How many are in the learning phase? This is where vFunction is actually collecting the data and assessing them. How many are in the analysis phase? This is where you're working on the applications within the platform to actually design out those services. And then how many have actually been extracted and created? And then ultimately in the big green box, how many have actually completed the modernization journey? So below you'll see these 4 boxes. This is really your summary statistic view. So giving you information on licensing, summary view of complexity breakdown of your apps, average time to modernization, and platform usage. If we click the arrow below, we're going to get a detailed breakdown of all of the phases that we talked about earlier and all of the application within those phases. So for the sake of the demo, I'm going to go straight to the analysis tab to see what applications we may consider for refactoring. These are applications that have already gone through part of the assessment phase. So vFunction really is two parts of an assessment, depending on where you're at in your journey, and I'll show you both types for this specific demo. The first scenario I'm going to show you is actually with the base modernization hub. So if you remember back to the PowerPoint, we talked about the different phases. This would be phase one of assessment. So let's go ahead and click on an app. All right. So the point of the base hub is really not to overly complicate things by showing you all the complexities within the app. It's really to give you the simple view to allow you to build a business case and ultimately make an informed decision on what applications to prioritize for modernization. For this specific app, you can see that for every dollar I would spend, how much is going to go to innovation, and then ultimately how much is going to go to my technical debt. So for this specific app, you can see 36 cents will go to innovation. The other 64 cents is contributing to your technical debt. So really you have to spend 3x more to innovate in this specific application. So let's take a look at the worst offenders. So these are classes that are contributing most to your technical debt. If you were to fix them, you could see how much your TCO would be affected. This is the beginning of your ROI story, but more so the beginning of the story of how to best approach modernizing this specific application. So let's click a little bit further and let's see the debt breakdown. This is more on a technical level. So let's view things like complexity index. This gives you a gauge how complex your app is, factoring in things like dependencies, how things are intertwined. And for this specific app, you can also tell that the code is not very modular. If we look at risk, this is the length of the dependency string. So if I were to start modernizing this app and look at one dependency, how much of the entire app would be affected? So to get to the debt index, we're using a combination of risk and complexity to calculate this. And if you look at the middle lines, this is the average for your entire app portfolio. So if you had a client with, say, 50 apps on the platform, it would calculate the average among all of them. This would give you the baseline on where the app stack ranks among the rest of them. So to summarize with Base Hub, this is best used when you have multiple applications to assess. This is going to help you make the best decision on what applications to consider refactoring first that would make the most impact for your business. Keep in mind here, once the full platform is purchased, all of the data that you've collected stays on the platform, and you can continue with the deeper analysis. So deeper, like being the dynamic analysis and microservices design, even after you've used Base Hub. So let's go ahead and scroll down below. So this is now a view of the full analysis that vFunction offers. So this is both the static and dynamic analysis. You may have noticed a number on the right-hand corner of the applications on that home screen. That number represents complexity. So here you can see this specific application is of medium complexity. And these parameters are directly tied to the vFunction decomposition, like class exclusivity, runtime, service topology, and more. This report will also show you the exact services that have been identified. This is the deeper and full ROI report that contains the dynamic analysis. So I'm going to actually jump into another application to show you how we can use the vFactor Hub and the microservices design studio to start designing out a microservices architecture on a specific application. So what we're seeing here is the ordering management system application. You can already visualize the potential domains that you can extract. Each sphere represents a potential service that can be extracted. And when I hover over the service, you can see that it highlights it on the right. So you can see things like this is the inventory service, shipping service, payment service. You can see that all of these are actual domains, and the names are all done by the machine learning and analysis to actually name these services. The color of each sphere represents exclusivity. High exclusivity means it's easier to extract the service. The greener all the bubbles, the easier it will be to decompose the application. But it doesn't mean that you shouldn't refactor the ones in blue as well. And this is where merging a service will make an impact on exclusivity. We'll actually get to that in a bit. And this part, this is part of what goes into really the smarts and the cleverness in the platform. Being able to identify those services regardless of existing endpoints in the system. This is why we need to see the actual flows in the system either in production or in pre-production environments where we run tests on the app in order to expose the different flows within the application. So here you can see the dotted lines. These represent different calls between services. And what's really powerful here is when you click on a specific service, you can actually see the different resources that vfunction analyzes, like beans, static variables, synchronization objects, database tables, transactions, and so forth. And again, we've already clicked on a specific service, so you can see that the dotted lines have all turned solid now. This, you can see all of the shared resources among these services. So you're seeing interdependencies between the services, and you can start working on the platform to define entry points and refine the boundaries of those services. So I'm going to show you one more thing. Let's click on the biggest service. So the Modify Fulfillment Controller. So let's take a look at that. So here you can see things like entry point, dynamic classes, static classes, resources, and dead code analysis. And for the sake of just to quickly show you other things you can view here for this specific service is if we click on Explore Tree, you can see all of the functionality that goes into this specific service. On a deeper demo, we would actually show you how to work within this specific view, but I know we only have a short time, so I'm going to go ahead and click back and show you some basic functionality that you can do directly on the UI. So I'll show you a single action here. So let's say you want to merge two services. So let's take the diner's payment service and the payment service. And as an architect, I may decide, you know what, I want to have a single service, not multiple payment services. So I can simply go to the diner's payment service, drag it over the payment service, and the vfunction platform automatically asks me, would you like to merge these two services? I'm going to click confirm here, and it starts recalculating the entry points and recalculates all of the functionality that goes into these services, all with their interdependencies. So by the time it finishes, you're now going to see that you have a green service, which means it has higher exclusivity, and now it's easier to move and extract. Again, this is one of the many examples that you can take directly on the vFactor Hub. But let's say now I want to extract this service and create a microservice from it. So let's go ahead and save it. And now it prepares these two services for extraction. And you can see that the service creation tab is now available for me. So let's go ahead and click that. This is where you could start configuring the service. Like what is the target platform, the dependency repository, and from there it's just a matter of configuration and clicking on the extraction files to get the finals needed to actually extract the service. For the sake of this demo, we're going to stop here, but we'll allow for some questions at the end. Again, if you want a deeper demo, we're happy to do so. We have some links at the end that you can fill out and propose from there. We'll go for a QA session next. Thanks, guys.
All right. Well, Samantha, great presentation, cool demo. I love the way you turn technical debt into a percentage metric, and the tools from there look really powerful. You know, before we get started with the questions, do you want to just talk a little bit about the learn more links here, just because we will go to a poll question, so I want to make sure that you get a chance to help with what's up here.
Yeah, no problem at all. Yeah, look, we would love to teach you more about the product, give you an in-depth demo if this makes sense for you. Also, feel free to request an assessment of your Java app. And then the last one, which I'll mention, is we would love for you to join our beta program for our newly released Base Hub assessment, which I showed you in the demo. So click any of these links. We'd be happy to engage and look forward to speaking with a lot of you. And then, yeah, let's go into Q&A.
All right, super. Well, let me go ahead and put the poll question up here, so you know, we can just we appreciate everybody's answers on what additional information you'd like from vfunction. And this is also a quick reminder that we do have the, in addition to the other prizes, we have the $50 prize for the best question. So be sure to get your questions in there. But so the first one we have here, does vfunction decompose the database or just the business logic layer?
Yeah, no, that's some of it in the slide, but happy to kind of dive a bit deeper here. So that's another key area in the modernization process. So our dependency analysis and our analytics actually look at all of the database calls. So for part of the microservices recommendation, taking into account trying to decompose where the database calls are. So we don't decompose the database, but we provide all the mapping in terms of what services are calling what database tables. And typically then afterwards, you have microservices that are actually calling portions of the database. And those were distinct isolated calls. So it's actually much easier to decompose once you have the re-architecture process concluded with vfunction. So typically people do the microservice decomposition, which takes into account all of the database tables calls, but then move into a cloud native database, or sometimes they just leave a database as is because the data is something very sacred to many people and they don't want to touch it. It's all part of how you're planning to really engage that modernization rollout.
Okay. This next one, they're asking, how does vfunction identify and remove tech debt?
Okay, yeah, another great question. Well, tech debt is really at the core of modernizing. So tech debt is what makes it very hard to innovate at organizations. These lean organizations, for every dollar they use on innovation is about 25 cents. When 75 go into feeding your technical debt, that's a real problem that you're trying to solve with modernization. And it's really important you assess these and measure the amount of technical debt as you engage in these modernization projects.
Okay. Probably got time for one more. Here's one. How much is the Base Hub assessment tool, and where can I get it?
Yeah, it's in beta right now, and we'd love for you to be part of it. And the link, I think, is on that last slide. So if you fill that out, I'd be happy to engage with you further about pricing.
Okay, great. Well, I'll pop that slide back up, but that's all the questions we have time for. Samantha, thanks so much for coming on and bringing us up to speed on vfunction and participating in this Megacast.
Yeah, thank you for having us. We really appreciate it.
Okay, great. And now it's time for our next prize drawing, and the winner of this $500 Amazon gift card is Crystal Dees of Tennessee. And the winner of the next grand prize is Thomas Brattain from Kansas. So congratulations to Crystal and Thomas. We'll be in touch about claiming your prizes. And now it's time for our next presentation in the Megacast. Our next session comes from Red Hat, and presenting for Red Hat is Joe Giordano, Chief Architect. So Joe, I'm going to turn things over to you.
My session is responsible innovation with OpenShift. And today I'll define responsible innovation and outline the challenges and how technology compounds them, and how using OpenShift can drive innovation and success. So one of the things that we have to acknowledge is, again, all of us are under tremendous pressure to innovate at these unprecedented speeds. There was a time back, 10 years ago or more where, we'd wait for servers to come into a data center. It would take maybe a month or maybe even more. And we'd have lead time where we can research and learn about new technology so we'd get good at them. And then you create a project plan and tasks that you wanted to do. And once the service came in, you'd serially execute your tasks and hand it off to the next person in the IT supply chain that needed to execute something, right? It was like an assembly line. Now it's completely different, right? Everything's available instantaneously, so we're constantly under pressure to deliver, to innovate, to be flexible, continue to grow, all the while evaluating risk and making sure we can do more with less. The key point I want to convey today is that there's a way to do this without cutting corners and taking shortcuts that will, down the road, lead to a lot of technical debt or adversely affect us. So I want to coin a new acronym for the day. It's Keep Innovation Sustainable and Supportable. Can we keep moving forward with this technology and implement it? And it can be sustained and supported by anyone in the organization with the appropriate skills and not necessarily negatively affect the culture of the organization or our colleagues' well-being. So, in order to frame the rest of the conversation, I wanted to define where responsible innovation, the term, actually comes in its origins. It's basically a scientific and technological term from the scientific community around technological advances. Should always take into account the impact they have on society and the environment. There are some common struggles often conveyed to Red Hat around innovation. I've divided them into three categories that most people know: technology, people, and process. I bet most of our audience has encountered or is currently encountering some of these. Hopefully, Red Hat's experience combined with OpenShift can potentially alleviate some of these challenges. As we go through the rest of this talk, I'll call back to some of these struggles. A lot of organizations think they could just bring in technology Y or X and they'll be more innovative. We'll be able to compete better. We'll save money. But the truth is, many times technology only exacerbates organization and cultural problems. So, bringing in technology X, bringing in Kubernetes to fix issue, whatever it may be. Many organizations have watched the videos, read the papers, blogs. You're here because you heard about, Kubernetes and containers and everything you could do. You heard all the hype. Kubernetes can finally deliver those portable applications that the business needs to scale. So let's use Kubernetes. We'll start with the traditional environment. For now, we'll use some bare metal servers with the usual configuration points and add on a container host and a runtime. Then we realize we need an SDN, specialized logging and monitoring, and we add those to the deployment. Then we need a registry and need it to fill with container images that people can actually use. Our developers are also asking for service mesh. They're asking for container images with certain dependencies in them. And it needs to integrate with CI/CD application, CI/CD pipeline in order to deploy the application. And then we want to lifecycle up everything as infrastructure as code and application configurations and use GitOps so that we can do it consistently in multiple places. And then we can't forget security. So let's wrap security and make sure that along each component, we're using the recommended security practices of the products and the vendors and the projects that we're using, the hygiene throughout the environment. And then we have to do it across multi-cloud. So, as awesome as Kubernetes is, let's talk a little bit about what we've seen as some of the major challenges to a successful container orchestration initiative. Build it and they will come. I've seen this in customers sometimes. An infrastructure team is asked to bring in Kubernetes and build a platform, but they don't necessarily engage their developers and their customers and their stakeholders and ask their requirements or ask their inputs. And when this happens, success becomes a lot more challenging and the platform doesn't necessarily get the adoption that's expected. It's just like Linux, so our sysadmins will manage it. So both Stu and Ben talked a little bit about this. Linux is crucial to understanding Kubernetes and containers. It's, Linux, containers are Linux, right? And there's a lot of overlap in the fundamentals. But the methodologies around lifecycling and hygiene are quite different, and they require different strategies. Being able to update and patch and things like that. So training is key. We need to make sure we give our teams that we're asking to build this stuff the tools that they require to not just install it, but to maintain it for the long term. Containerizing the wrong applications. Picking extremely complex applications to start when it's, when you're first learning the platform decreases the likelihood of success. The way I like to approach it with a lot of my customers is find low complexity applications, low hanging fruit, where the failures and mistakes are much more tolerable. Learn from those mistakes, find ways to measure everything. Get good at lifecycling the platform, the containers, the applications that run in those containers, and then showcase what you've learned, market those wins throughout the organization, and then start to take on the more complex workloads. There was a question about lift and shifting applications into a container environment. In my mind, the complexity depends on the complexity of the application, right? I mean, you don't want to take on the most complex application in your environment and just lift and shift to get a workload in there if it's going to give you a poor experience. Manually deploying the platform. Because of intense pressure, I've seen customers deploy a cluster manually, say they're going to go back and build automation later, and then never go back and fix all of the shortcuts they took on the previous one, only to incur more and more technical debt. So it's important to, start with a plan of how you want to deploy this. Overcomplicating the environment. One of the most important things we see is that customers try to architect a platform to fit into their organizational constraints. Rather than taking the approach of fixing culture and processes, they try to, squeeze the platform into all of the constraints of the organization. Many times it's the things that made them not successful in other areas. So things like, or terms like, this is how we've always done it, we can never do that here, lead to struggling initiatives. The State of DevOps report this year focused a little bit on this around, organizations that were much more flexible and had a very open culture were able to innovate much faster than very rigid organizations that, didn't walk the walk around, failing fast or trying different things. Not understanding the platform. So again, the complexity of all different components across all different cloud providers with all the different nuances is daunting, and there's a lot there. It's moving so fast and it's changing so fast, but we really need to take a step back, figure out, what are the most critical touch points that we can take risks on and we can't take risks on, because each new deployment of a service is increasing our risk, especially if we don't know it well. And, there are countless stories out there of, different types of configuration errors that led to vulnerabilities and breaches. So, we don't want to be that story. And I think lastly, this is probably the most important, at least for us, and this is something that, we try to talk about in the field. It's really important to know the goals of the organization, know why you are asked to build out the platform. So OpenShift can help organizations be successful in so many different ways. In this short time, I'll take a stab at 4 of them for you. We include a lot of capability to get started out of the box. The second is giving developers a wide array of tools that they can do to do their job best, the tools that suit them best. The third is providing a platform with an opinionated, configured, multi-layer security approach that minimizes risk. Really important there. And lastly, taking advantage of hybrid cloud strategy and using multi-cluster management. This is something that Red Hat has been evangelizing for over 10 years. And we've architected our entire portfolio around it. We knew that people were going to be using public cloud and on-premise cloud and traditional technologies. And we built our portfolio to address that. The last thing we want to do is have a container platform that's actually blocking your innovation. So, number one, the platform, the comprehensive nature of the platform. So, going back to this slide where I built, the Kubernetes cloud native stack, well, here's why it really matters. Because we've done the hard, arduous job of stabilizing, securing, integrating, testing, and packaging all of the components you need to have a complete cloud native stack. It lets customers and clients focus on optimizing their businesses and the things that make them money. It helps them improve their market share. It helps them save money. It stabilizes the business, find efficiencies. We do this regardless of where you want to run it, on-premise, public cloud, or in edge locations. We talked about that quite a few times. So going through some of those key attributes of the container management platform, the consistency matters. And again, Brian said this earlier. Because the same platform can be run in all of those different locations, it normalizes the skills. The developers don't need to learn a completely new platform to deploy their application. It's the same experience. Same is true with the operators. This helps the operators maintain the platform and also respond to outages and a faster time to resolution on those outages because they know what to expect when they get there. DevOps. So if your organization lacks DevOps tools maturity OpenShift provides all the tooling needed and configures it in a frictionless way for you. If the client already has their own tooling, that's great. We just plug right into that. It's as easy as that. Security. I'm going to hit security in the next slide, but actually 2 slides, but up from the bottom, the host, container host, through the application layer, we provide an opinionated multi-layer security approach. It's really important to Red Hat. Reliability of the platform, right? You need to support service level agreements, service delivery model that makes sure you maintain the uptime in both the infrastructure and the platform and meet your customers' SLAs. Observability. The platform needs to provide insights into everything, the infrastructure, the resources, the applications, capturing all the metrics, events, and logs and traces, and storing them in a location that's accessible. This benefits customers that we've already done all the work because we've built it into the platform. Projects like Prometheus, Thanos, Fluentd, Kibana, Elasticsearch, they're built into the platform, configured and integrated and deployed so that you don't have to piece those pieces together. Lastly, we'll get into a little bit of multi-tenancy. Optionally, the container management platform has to provide strong isolation among tenants. And this is, it starts with the actual operating system. And then it works its way up to the application, right? The application deployment and management has to be governed by specific, well-defined policy. And Red Hat built OpenShift so that everything needed day one to deploy, maintain, and observe the platform is available. And developers can just develop and deploy their applications, again, without the keyword of friction. So, as OpenShift maps to how developers work and meet them in their world, we can move from left to right and answer a few questions around how we engage and have developers build on our platform. So I'll start on the left. Does this integrate with our IDEs? Of course. OpenShift has plugins for things like VS Code and IntelliJ and Eclipse. Can it debug my apps? Yeah. OpenShift has a developer console, command line interface, IDE plugins. It also has certain app monitoring and tracing and debugs so that developers can debug their apps effectively. What kind of programming languages or frameworks do you support, Red Hat? Well, OpenShift provides a bunch of supported builder images that include, a lot of the popular programming languages and frameworks and runtimes, but you can plug in your own. You can bring your own to the platform. Right? You're not restricted to what we offer. Does it provide a service mesh? The OpenShift service mesh provides a fully supported Istio-based service mesh and includes components like Jaeger and Kiali for all the transaction tracing and debugging. Can I use it to run event-driven apps and functions? Functions as a service, serverless. Yeah, we've included OpenShift serverless based on Knative, and it enables hybrid serverless capabilities to support event-driven apps and functions. And you can really develop anywhere you want. Can you develop in the same environment on my desktop? Yep. You can do this all using code-ready containers, whether it's on your Windows box, your Mac, or your Linux box. Now, if you have questions around building your application images, OpenShift Builds allows you to use a technology we call source to image, source code, and have the images built for you. You could use things like build packs also and Builda, or you can incorporate your own build environment and create images like that, and then just deploy them to OpenShift. So it's extremely flexible like that. Does it integrate with CI? OpenShift Pipelines provides Kubernetes native CI/CD with Tekton, and OpenShift also includes Jenkins CI service. And we can do that, and we can build pipelines and promote to prod using that. Does it integrate with Git? OpenShift GitOps enables Git-driven deployment workflows, and OpenShift integrates with any Git environment and supports Git actions. So I hope, if you're a developer listening in or you manage a team of developers, I hope you get a good sense of this is a platform that gives you the flexibility and capabilities to do your job and deploy applications however you want in a Kubernetes type environment. So we're going to shift to security. OpenShift has an opinionated default security configurations in place that help manage risk. This means that the platform has more security controls enabled that prevent non-recommended behavior. So what do those non-recommended behavior mean? Running privileged containers out of the box, disabling SE Linux, allowing installable software and container hosts. While this is not a comprehensive list, these are just some of the examples. While some of this can be overridden, the vast majority are meant to help out customers reduce the risks that they incur. And when vulnerabilities are found, it also helps them mitigate it, especially things like SE Linux. So at Red Hat, we break our security into the three categories: build, deploy, and run. Build, trusted content from a trusted source, right? We curate that for you. We deliver it in an automated fashion, and we have tools to allow you to scan that content, like Quay and advanced cluster security. This ensures the identification and isolation of known vulnerabilities, as well as misconfigurations. Using advanced cluster managers, policy engine, you can deploy workloads to specific hosts to ensure those workloads run where they're supposed to. That was build. Now we talk about deploy. Making sure we reduce the attack surface by running a secure container and managing everything from the host all the way up through the application using things like ACM and operators. Right? We just talked a little bit about operators in the last session. They help minimize potential misconfigurations. Also ensuring encryption is enabled from the host level all the way up through the application with things like Istio, encryption at rest and encryption in transit. And then we want to make sure that we ensure compliance, and compliance is maintained, and risk assessments are done, and that enforcing admission control policies isolate privileged containers or vulnerable pods when necessary, right? The run. So now we're running. So we need to secure the container runtime and make sure that it's secured using a combination of things like SE Linux, SCCs, network policies, projects, and RBAC. And then technologies on top like SSO and routes and Ingress, API gateways and service mesh. And we need to have an observability into the entire platform. And that needs to be available out of the box. Making sure that observability has threat detection and it can actually respond to those threats and kill pods based on, maybe it's different types of behavior that are strange in the environment, anomalous behavior, or if they detect escalation of privileges, or risky behaviors or processes like crypto mining. Lastly, and this is the coveted holy grail, the single pane of glass into all your environments. Now you may have a few really large clusters, or you may have a lot of very small clusters. Either way, they need to be managed, and the best way to do it was with something like Red Hat Cluster Manager, Red Hat Advanced Cluster Manager. Provides a multi-lifecycle, right? So you can centrally create, update, lifecycle, delete clusters across your on-premise environments or your public clouds. You can find those Kubernetes resources that you're looking for and modify them no matter where they're running. And you can troubleshoot and resolve issues across your entire domain. Policy-driven governance. Centrally set and enforce policy across, the applications and the infrastructure. And visualize auditing across those same environments. And make sure that it's configured on the apps and clusters of your choosing. And using things like built-in, compliance policies and audit checks, like CIS benchmark, or even custom ones that you define. The immediate visibility it gives into your compliance posture allows you to move forward and gain more confidence in your environment. And lastly, application adoption and lifecycling. Again, the key goal of all of this is to run applications. So we want to make sure that you can easily deploy applications at scale from multiple places to multiple places. And you need to visualize those across your entire estate. And you need to understand the relationship of all those different containers and how they interact with each other across your entire estate. And Red Hat ACM helps you do that. So that's exactly one of the reasons why OpenShift exists and what it could do for our clients. OpenShift is the leading comprehensive cloud-native Kubernetes platform where the entire stack is actually from the container host all the way up, is deployed and managed consistently across on-prem, public cloud, and edge. And you saw that with the Magic Quadrant leadership. And this is done in no matter which environment you choose. You can be in a connected environment, or you could be in a secure air-gapped environment as well. OpenShift provides optionality for our customers. It solves the complexity of delivering that same experience in all the environments. Again, normalizing that experience for application developers and the SRE team so that everybody can focus on their jobs, scale, optimize, and troubleshoot across multiple providers. Red Hat provides the ability for customers to have Red Hat manage their actual Kubernetes clusters in the public cloud. Whichever public cloud you choose, we have an offering in those clouds. We enable you to, find that faster time to value and deliver applications. If you wanted to get started immediately, you can go to one of the managed clouds, the public cloud providers, the large ones, deploy the service, sign up, and you can have an app running before dinner time tonight. So, no matter where you are in the spectrum, if you're very technical and you want to self-manage, or you want Red Hat to help you and manage it for you, there's an option for you. So, let's close. What are the steps we can help you or you can take on your own to increase success? Well, technology is only one part. Cultural change is also important, and we have to make sure we do it responsibly. Again, going back to the State of DevOps report, there was the organizations that are open, like Red Hat, do have more success with innovation. Training, really important. Again, harping back to it. Linux skills are good, but we want to make sure that we understand, how to life cycle in this new world. This is all emerging technology. Not only is it all emerging, there's just a plethora of it, and it changes so fast. It's important to support your employees. We've all heard of the Great Resignation. If employees aren't happy, they don't feel fulfilled, or they're being asked to do things that they can't do, they're going to feel stressed and they're going to look for work elsewhere. Empower developers. Involve them in the build out of the platform. If you're an infrastructure person building the platform, make sure your customers want to use the platform and are actually engaged in building the platform so that you're hitting their requirements and you're understanding their world. Make sure engineers are aligned with organization goals. Again, understand the why. Why are we building out a platform? What is it going to do for the organization? The platform, you automate as much as possible, but with caution. I was, reading an article about someone's organization that made a change to a very low-level configuration, and it wiped out all of their clusters across all availability zones across all providers. Right? We want to make sure we automate. It's critical to scale, but we want to do it with caution. Test your automation against small subsets and never do it against the entire environment. The platform is only as strong as its weakest link, right? So if you have an SLA and you're offering an SLA out to your customers, you have something that doesn't have an SLA in your platform, your SLA isn't viable unless you can guarantee the component in your platform can meet that SLA. So it's very important to understand that the platform is only as strong as its weakest link. And lastly, again, keep innovation sustainable and supportable.
Okay, great. Thanks, Joe. Interesting stuff. And we do have a poll question for everyone. As always, your feedback really helps us out when it comes to additional resources you'd like to see from Red Hat. And it looks like we had a lot of questions that we can't get to right here, but we'll get those to Joe and the Red Hat team so they can get back to you. I'm going to leave that poll question up there for a second. Everybody has time to fill it out. And as we get ready for our last session of the day, I'd also like to remind all of you about the handouts. We've got a PDF up there from Red Hat. It's a great two-pager on delivering innovative applications faster. So be sure to check that out if you'd like some more detail. All right. Okay, we've got some good responses to the poll there, so appreciate that, everybody. And once again, Joe, just a great presentation today. Thanks so much for bringing us up to speed on Red Hat and OpenShift. And now it's time for our next prize drawing. And this one is another of the $500 Amazon gift cards. And the winner of this one is Ilya Lena from Massachusetts. So congratulations to Ilya. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And now let's move on to our final presentation in our Wrangling the Cloud Megacast. And our next session comes from Duo. Presenting for Duo is Wolfgang Gorlick, Advisory CISO. So now I will turn things over to Wolfgang.
Hey, thanks so much. Thanks everyone for joining. Yeah, today we're looking at DevOps, and as a security professional, as a former leader of a DevOps team and a security team, I have opinions. We'll just put it that way. I think all too often we end up something like this, right? Imagine a developer. Imagine she's getting ready for a stand up, and she says something like, "You know what? I'm going to take a walk before the sprint planning." And, a teammate pipes up and goes, "Hey, be careful, it's supposed to rain." What does security do? We're like, "Hey, wait, no, I got this. I got this. I will help you out. There's a use case here. We don't want to let you get wet." And also, sometimes people throw stuff off a building. So I've got the perfect control for you. Here you go. And this is what I fear we come across when we're designing and designing security controls. This particular one comes from the Uncomfortable, and I'm going to use them in many of my slides because they're amazing. You should check them out. But my main goal here is to find the power of design thinking where we're not giving concrete umbrellas, where we're giving something that makes sense, that's applicable, and that doesn't slow down the DevOps team. This is not an easy task, not an easy task at all. And I think it's a task really for design. I think it's a task where we have to get out of the way of thinking of here's stop and go, here's controls, here's command and control, here's the checklist I need to implement, and think about it in a different way. What really keyed me on to this was the classic book by Don Norman. I just saw a Gartner talk where they said, 95% of breaches are caused by people making mistakes. And I was so frustrated after doing a pen test and finding all the errors in our environment. And I came across this line from Don Norman where he says, most industrial accidents are caused by human error, right? Estimates range from 75 to 95%. So how is it people can be so incompetent? I'm like, yes. How can they be so incompetent? Tell me, Don Norman, so I know what to do. And they're like, yeah, they're not. It's a design problem. And I started thinking, don't tell me that I'm the problem. You can't tell the security guy that we're the problem. We're the ones that are like they're. It took a while for that to sink in, but I do think it's paramount that it does get us to a point where we're looking at how to put in place controls without always thinking the other teams are incompetent. There's fundamentally two directions of my line of thinking on this. One direction is, obviously getting in the way of the adversary, stopping the criminals. I saw that cybercrime topped out at 1 trillion last year. Incredible number of money being moved from the private sector into these criminal gangs that are then weaponizing it against us. But of course, at the same time, we also have to focus in on usability, right? This should be our developers. I wish. So we need to keep an eye on what is making our developers happy and what is frustrating our adversaries. And I don't think these two things are in conflict. I think back to the iPhone, when the iPhone went passwordless, right? Originally, almost no one used a passcode. Steve Jobs had a rant on this. Steve Jobs has a rant on everything, but Steve Jobs had a rant on this. Why would you put in place a passcode, blah, blah, blah. But they knew they needed a passwordless experience. So they did design research. They looked at how people were using it. You pick up your phone, you hit the home button, you go. You pick up the phone, you hit the home button, you go. What if we were to put the fingerprint right there? And what if we were to use a smart default that nudged people towards enabling it when they set their phone? Same workflow, right? Same experience. The result was within a year, lock screens jumped from 30% to 80%, just in making it a part of the way that people worked. You know, it's those types of things that need to be thought of, right? Intentionally or accidentally, we're creating user experiences. On the one hand, we may be enabling a piece of functionality like let's do telephony. Let's allow people to sign up for our services and do callbacks. On the other hand, that experience aimed for the user is creating a path for the adversary. And we've seen that too. Part of that 1 trillion over the past year was in phone scams of organizations who are misusing telephony options when signing up for accounts. So we know that when we're building things, we are creating these paths. And there's a couple different things to think about. One is the paths that they take, and the other is the choices they make. And this falls under behavior economics. This falls under culture change, you know, looking at those number of steps, looking at the familiarity of steps, looking at any friction. We often talk about friction, right? How can we reduce friction as we are building systems? But also the choices and the predictability and the cognitive load. Now, on the one hand, this is, again, for the users, for our developers, how do we make security part of the normal workflow, part of the normal process? How do we reduce the security on the friction side of things so that, for example, if you're pushing out code to production, it's running a lot of your tests automatically. But it's also for the adversary. I had a pen test going on, and they had messed with the choices component of this. When the person would scan, they would get a 404 or 500 as usual, with, you know, when you're doing a crawling a site for a pen test. But this customer very ingeniously had set it up that when that happened, they were automatically kicked out. They were locked out for a period of time. So my poor pen tester, who knows his path and knows his set of choices to be successful, keeps having to make different choices, keeps getting interrupted. And as a matter of fact, that ran down the clock so much that the pen tester was never able to successfully get into the application and navigate it. Really intriguing example of using these techniques. So what happens when it doesn't happen, right? What happens when we don't take this path into account? Well, for one, of course, the developers who are incentivized to push code are going to go ahead and do the work they need to do, bypassing our controls. For another thing, as we know, if we're not thinking about this path, be it you know, a kill chain approach or a MITRE attack framework approach, if we're not thinking about that path and putting in place controls that are slowing them down, that are causing them to think heavier, well, they're going to bypass our controls altogether and get the cheese. So let's take a couple of examples of how this might play out. One example that we're seeing a lot with systems that are being built for, you know, customers and consumers and for internal workforces is the passwordless. So the password as a primary factor has been like our single line of defense since 1961. As a matter of fact, it's really interesting to me that one of the first things you'll read about when you look up the history of passwords is the first password breach, which was in the 1960s, where passwords were in clear text. And accidentally or intentionally, depending on the story you read, that text file got swapped with a message of the day file, and everyone got everyone's passwords. So for decades, we've had this process where passwords were weak, were broken, so we tried to encrypt them, we had them be longer, we had people rotate them, right? Everything that goes against what I just said. We're not putting more load on the machine, we're asking people to do different steps and make different choices. And of course, that again is the key to bad design, asking people to do things that are inconsistent with the way they work. Multi-factor came up as a way to solve this. And you know, here at Duo, we've spent a significant amount of time working to make multi-factor very easy, very quick. There's a very strong indication that if you make multi-factor and security easy on the end user, that means fewer help desk calls. That means more or fewer escalations to the administrator, which means fewer problems for IT, which in turn turns into just a healthier authentication stack, as well as happier users, more adoption. So we've seen this growth of factors and this improvement in the factors in the industry. What that has led us to believe is that we can actually get rid of the password altogether, just drop the password and rely on a couple of these strong factors, which removes all of what we've been asking for the users for so often. And this is very useful if you want to make it very quick for people to get in to work on their code. If you want to make it very easy and secure for your admins to go ahead and work on their systems, right? The idea that there's less authentication, and the authentication that we're using is using a stronger factor. Now, when we think about it from the adversary perspective, what we're thinking about is how do we actually increase the number of steps? And one of the things that's very difficult to know is how many steps do you add to cause a adversary to quit, right? It's a great pub trivia question. If it's a Friday night, you're like, hey, I have a great idea. Let's ask people security questions. Ask them that. How many steps do you need before a criminal will give up or will fail to breach your systems? Very hard to tell. The Verizon Data Breach Report has done some really intriguing work on this. And what they've actually found is with an N of 87 that around 10 is the magic number to cut the likelihood of an attack in half. If you have 10 or more steps, the likelihood of those steps being detected or prevented or the criminal giving up increases and the success of the attack drops to 50%. So we've got some good data that shows where we can add steps that counts. The trick is adding those steps in a way that's transparent to the users. With the example of passwordless, what that means is reducing the burden on the users vis-a-vis long passwords, rotated passwords, special characters, etc. While increasing the security properties using a stronger factor, using additional trust behind it, which we'll get to in just a moment. So we're actually putting more of the burden on the machine. We're increasing the number of steps to the attacker. At the very same time, we're reducing the steps for the workforce, and we're making the lives of our DevOps people easier. I mentioned trust is another component of this. What do I mean by trust? So the principle of least trust, as opposed to the principle of least privilege, is least privilege is on the authorization side. Everything you can possibly gain access to, everything you can possibly do. Least trust is on the authentication side, where you're connecting up to your resources. And when you're connecting, when you're accessing those resources on a per connection basis, do we trust this access request? And there's a number of things that we can do to determine if we trust it, right? We can look at easy to spoof indicators, but still reasonably good ones, like your IP address or your location. Again, easy to spoof though. I was at a conference one time where right before lunch, I looked down at my phone and I noticed the time zone was weird. And I noticed shortly thereafter that my phone thought I was in Shanghai because the lovely people at the conference had taken over the phone network and routed my phone onto a rogue access point. So clearly these things can be bypassed, clearly these things can be intercepted. However, as we move up the stack and we look at not only strong user authentication, but strong device authentication, have we seen this device before? Does it have a certificate or a strong cookie that we can use for trust? Is it healthy? We can start making some really good decisions about whether or not to allow that access to go through. And again, you can think about the zero trust components, which is the identity is trying to access something, running through a proxy or running through MFA or running through whatever your control stack is in front of it to make that decision to enforce policy and determine whether or not to trust it. You can think about that from a couple of different ways. We can think about that as the developers who are getting access to their source code. There's a number of ways that you can use zero trust to evaluate, is it really the developer? Is it really on a good device? Is that developer free from infection or concern? Or has their session been taken over? Or is it not the developer at all? It's someone who stole the creds. You can use a similar design pattern on your IT ops folks who are getting at your back end of your cloud infrastructure. You can also use a lot of this design pattern when building applications, and we're starting to see this in the consumer space under oftentimes the auspices of anti-fraud, making sure that the person who's on the system is truly our customer. So there's a number of different ways that these techniques can be used. What's nice about them is, again, if the user is following the normal path that they take, well, we're not in their way, right? We're not asking them to do anything extra. We're not asking them to elevate creds. If they aren't if, for example, think about how Amazon implements this. You can order stuff from Amazon all day long. Right? I can put stuff in my cart to my heart's content. I know because I'm sure after this call, I'm going to go downstairs and my porch is going to be full of boxes. However, if someone goes in and uses my Amazon from an unrecognized computer, if someone goes in and uses my Amazon and tries to send to an unrecognized address or use a different credit card, what happens? Well, I am not on the normal path. It's going to challenge me. And in my case, it'll actually need to authenticate and do multi-factor to get back in and approve that change. So you can see we can really architect systems to get out of the way of the user and only get in the way when it matters. Now, the tooling behind this is also important. We want to make sure that we're not adding too much. I think of many outages that I've been a part of where you're trying to scramble and figure out what's going on and put things back together. And everyone's got their own tool and everyone's got their own visibility into what's going on. And that creates an outage. Some research that we've done on the Cisco side backs this up, where we find that those with the longest amount of outages, 17 hours or more, are the ones using the most tools. So when we think about this, it's also paramount that we're only adding tools where it matters, not only adding steps where it matters. So for more on Zero Trust, obviously check out the standards. It's become quite well defined, which is really gratifying for me to see as someone who's been championing it for a long time. All right, more on design thinking. When we start to think about where to add these things, when we start to think about security as the goal of making it as easy as possible on the developer and making it as hard as possible on the criminal, design thinking offers us some really good steps. You can look at the Cisco process, which is down here at the bottom. You can look at the IDEO process, but both of them begin with that concept of empathy, with that concept of understanding what the people who are going to use this system do, how they work, right? And there's some great tools in the DevOps toolbox for doing this, be it workflow analysis, journey maps, behavior maps, this idea of knowing these steps that the user is going to take. On the defensive side, on the security side, there's some great tools there too, with threat modeling, with doing threat trees and threat path analysis. So we can do that to have a good understanding of where we should employ our security. However, of course, users aren't always going to do what we expect them to do. There has been some really good stuff coming out of behavioral economics that shows the various ways that this can go wrong, be it from backfiring, be it from taking more risks. I'll give you one example from my case. There's one way that this can go wrong is treatment offset by later behavior. As an example, I had a security incident that I had to investigate at one point in my career. And what had caused it was the gentleman in question who knew better, who knew about our security controls, actually had a good relationship with him, had brought in his son's laptop, which his son had got infected. And he brought the laptop in and he plugged it into the network. And so that gives you an idea of when this was, right? It wasn't even on Wi-Fi, it was plugged into the network. And of course, that infection spread. Later on, I had a conversation. I said, why did you do this? Why would you bring in this infected laptop? He said, well, you know, Wolf, I know about all the security controls. Where else am I going to bring it? This is the most secure place. I'm like, well, thank you, but please don't ever do that again, right? There's a number of different ways as we move down this journey that that our users can misinterpret or still incur risk, even when we're doing the best of things. So to troubleshoot that, there's a couple of different ways to think about it. There's a 4 Eyes framework that I like that I first heard about from Fernando Montenegro, but was actually publicized and developed by Spencer Greenberg. And it basically categorized things in ignorance. They just didn't know. So we know we need to provide them better information. Irrationality, right? It just didn't fit the way that people were working. Incentives is a good one. Especially in the DevOps world. All right, think about this. If you're insisting, right, on gating on a security review, we will not allow to push into production without a security review. But at the same time, if you're punishing developers who are missing their targets, right? If you don't hit your deadline on Friday, what have you now done? You've got an incentive mismatch, and what you've actually done is you've incentivized very cursory high-level security reviews, right? Yeah, that looks good, push it. So we need to think about the incentives of both teams and make sure they're aligned. And we need to think about investment. Oftentimes, many security problems that are occurring are simply because we don't have good tooling, be it SAST or DAST or whatever our analysis tools are on the code side, or perhaps we have a staffing shortage. Either one of those would be a example of an investment failure that leads to these types of problems. So we can think about how the behavior will go wrong, and we can think about what categories of causes led it to go wrong, and then we can figure out how to get it back in place. You know, I would argue that kindness is the original security control. Kindness and understanding. What got us here? What is our DevOps teams trying to achieve? And how can we make sure that we're doing so? Like passwordless, like an iPhone, right? In a well-designed way where we're getting the controls right. So in part, this is learning by doing. In part, this is encouraging the teams to do what they would do naturally and building controls around it. If you don't know these two, these are Ray and Charles Eames. Oh man, have they always inspired me? You should definitely look at them. But their whole idea was effectively play, right? Play is the way that good work gets done. It was true of industrial design. It was true of good security work, I believe. And it's something that, in a way, we sometimes forget in our rush to implement good controls. We got into this, if you're in dev, because you liked singing the song of the machine, right? You liked writing the code and producing results. We got into this from a security perspective because we liked knowing how the machines worked and figuring out how to bypass things and how to get more out of them that was not immediately available. We got into this in a very real way for just about every technology professional I've ever talked to. This was fun. This was fun. So when we think about design thinking as applied to security controls, as applied to DevOps, we need to think about how we can protect that fun and encourage it and add some more momentum to it by reducing the friction and only popping up where it really matters. So some final thoughts. You know, you always hear that phrase, right? Culture eats strategy. Well, culture also eats security. We're a good appetizer. So let's talk a little bit about doing this from a cultural perspective, where to put metrics in place and how to manage this forward. So throughout this talk, I've emphasized the need to design for usability. I believe that usability equals security. I believe that the more constraints we add, the harder people will work to creatively avoid security. One incident I was involved with occurred because we had people who you had to use a VPN client that broke other things and was dated. The VPN client, you had to put a username in and password, and then you had to put a portion of your password in and a PIN from an RSA token. Sometimes that would tell you your password is incorrect and you had to start all over. And there was really no rhyme or reason for why it would do that. So you had to do those things. And once you got on, now you had to execute a command script to mount a file share with a shared password. That doesn't make sense, right? You got a unique password, then a shared password. We can have some conversations as to whether that is appropriate from a security perspective. So we had all those steps just to get into the evidence files that were being used for this particular project. The result of all those constraints was a member of the team very creatively went, we'll just copy out all the files and we'll create a nice script that keeps them synced onto our SharePoint. Good for achieving the mission, but definitely not good in terms of are all these files protected by MFA and everything else. So the more constraints there are, the more creative users become, and the more creative users become, the more dangerous they become. And again, on the flip side of that is where we are designing for defensibility, increasing friction, increasing effort, and balancing those two. We want to design systems that maximize the steps and efforts that criminals will have to take that forces them to do manual over automated attacks, that forces them to make mistakes, that allows us to catch them. For our dev teams, wherever possible, we want to avoid introducing controls that stops devs or slows them, even though that may be the case, and there may be valid reasons to do it. Ideally, we're looking for controls that are invisible or speeds up the process. And yes, absolutely, things like passwordless and zero trust, things like good packages and good defaults will speed up the process. To do this, we need good metrics and good implementation to know where we're adding friction and know where we're getting bypassed. Not something we're oftentimes architected and instrumented to detect. But it's those things that are going to allow us to know what people are doing, right? If culture is what we do and why we do it, we need those metrics to understand it. Because creating a security culture ultimately means measuring the what and then moving to change the why. And in doing both, balancing usability and defensibility with good design.
So, Wolf, thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you to our audience for joining us, and have a great day.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right. So yeah, that was a great presentation from Wolfgang. It looks like we're up on time, so we can't get to any more questions, but we will forward those to Wolfgang and the Duo team so they can get back to you. And we do have a final poll question for you. We appreciate your feedback on additional resources you'd like to see from Duo. And, just want to thank everybody who's responded already. See lots of responses rolling in, and I'll just leave it up there for a minute before we close that out. And with the event winding down, this is your last chance to grab any handouts from the window there. I'd also like to remind all of you about the handouts from all the companies that have presented here. And the PDF from Duo includes Wolfgang's slides, including the Mission Impossible mouse hanging from the ceiling above the cheese, and all the more substantive stuff in there as well. Be sure to check out that handout. Okay, I'm just going to leave that there for a second, and we will go into our final prize drawing of the day. So the winner of the 9th and final $500 Amazon gift card is Adam Stanberry of Ohio. And the winner of our 5th and final Apple M1 MacBook Air laptop is Samuel Perlman of California. So congratulations to Adam, Samuel, and all of our winners today. And I'll just go ahead and drop the full list in the Q&A here. So give me 1 second. You stepped away for a second and you want to see if maybe you missed. I'm going to go ahead and drop that. Give me 1 minute. Okay, here we go. So the prize winners are there in your Q&A box. So we will wrap up on this poll here. Thanks to everybody who has filled that out and who's filled out all the polls throughout the day. We really appreciate it. Do want to give a quick shout out for our subscribe, for our 10 on Tech podcast. Subscribe anywhere where you get your podcasts, but it's a great way to keep up with technology in sort of a bite-sized chunk. Also, if you were listening to this Megacast or you were watching the Megacast and you want to sponsor an event like this in the future, please do reach out. You can get us by email at connect@actualtechmedia.com. We'd love to hear from you. And I'd also like to point out our next event. We've got an EcoCast coming up on Thursday. It's supporting, extending, and protecting virtual environments. You can see a lot of great sponsors for that one. So please do participate if that's relevant to you. And if you refer an IT friend or coworker to Actual Tech Media's online events, you both could win a $300 Amazon gift card. We do those drawings monthly. So if somebody could benefit from this information, please check out the link right there. And with that, on behalf of the Actual Tech Media team, I do want to thank all of our presenters today for putting together such great presentations and demos and Q&A insights today. And I want to thank all of our participants for making this event possible: Rubrik, Gigamon, Sios, Nutanix, Sneak, NetApp, vFunction, Red Hat, and Duo. And finally, we'd like to thank all of you for attending today's Megacast from Actual Tech Media and for all of your great questions. That concludes today's event. We will see you next time.